Hello and welcome to your channel Clear Waters. Tonight, God offers eternal life. How data becomes action through feel. Wow, what a big title. Real quick, I'm gonna check, make sure this live stream is up and running properly because I'm very good at making mistakes. So that's the Discord up and running. And we're gonna check on that link. So valid, yes, NSRW. Oh, let's put a welcome message. Chat or call in. Welcome, God offers eternal life. How data becomes action through feel. Chat or call in. Perfect. We're gonna pin that message. And let's also do the same thing on the horizontal stream. Just for people that want to see me on your TV. Or tablet. All right, so let's check on audio also. Yes, that's good on the vertical and yes, good on the horizontal. So everything looks great, everything looks good. Welcome everybody to the live stream. Mr. Nicholas Hollier, you deny God. I'm wondering how you deny 2,000 years of church history. Phantom X, church history equals God. Welcome, Nicholas and Phantom X. Welcome to the live stream. Nicholas Hollier, are you slow? Anyone can sit there and say God doesn't exist. How do you explain 2,000 years of church history and Eucharistic miracles? You hear that, Phantom X? 2,000 years of church history does not seem particularly special to me. As far as miracles, it was sorcery. Plus holier, blaspheming the Holy Spirit just like the Pharisees. Oh man. I don't know about you, but this gets old. You have a lot of patience, Phantom X. Mr. Jeremy Wofford. Jeremy Wofford. God is offering you eternal life. I'm going to explain how this works. Because I'm starting to see more value in this information than the God. So we're going to wait just a few minutes. You can chat, you can, ask me questions. But I'm gonna do a little presentation about how God offers eternal life and how this is interpreted in your system, in your body, your mind, your feelings. I don't know about you, but I think this is quite interesting because I'm gonna do an attempt to explain human behavior. Tonight we're gonna do something a little bit different also for anybody that wants to call in and have a conversation. We're gonna keep it very tight to the topic at hand, not talk about other things that don't relate. I'm gonna listen to some of the people that have sent me messages asking if we can keep it the topic of the live stream and not talk about other things that don't relate. So I think that's a good, that's a fair observation and feedback. No long stories. Let's try to keep it very close to the topic at hand. So what what we're gonna do today, I'm gonna present you, I'm gonna do a small presentation about what human behavior is and how it relates to religion and the beliefs in gods. But in reality, this is about everything in life. I'm just doing it through the perspective of God or religion. So after I do this presentation, you'll more than welcome to call in and push back. You can tell me, Harry, this is wrong, or present scenarios that you think what I'm going to present don't explain your scenario, okay? Try to break it. But please, I ask you for a big favor. Don't go with the old Javier, you don't know what you're talking about. The devil has you, blah, blah, blah. You know, that was fun at the beginning. Now it's like, man, not funny anymore. Yes, yes, yes. I'm upset at God. Yeah. Mr. Out of Babylon, God is love and wisdom by which we acquire knowledge. Everyone already have eternal life. Out of Babylon, I don't know. I suspect there could be a believer that will listen to this presentation and they will go like, wait a second. Wait a second. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that I'm making this stuff up in my mind? I'm gonna explain it to you. You continue believing if you want. Because at least you and me, we know why you're believing, right? Keep your secret between you and me, okay? You're doing this for yourself, not for a God. Tom X, well, when the Holy Spirit sees fit to provide me with a non-arbitrary, reliable method to evaluate non-empirical claims, I will assume the Holy Spirit doesn't really care. Not when, until. Wow. How do you respond to that, Nicolas? Yep. Oh, we're gonna wait. What is it? Let me record this thing. Start recording. Yes, start recording. Oh, we're gonna wait, what, 2 more minutes and then we do this presentation so people are not asking me like, what are you talking about? The devil has you. I don't know what you're talking about, but the devil has you. I don't know what you're talking about, but my Lord and Savior is love. I don't know what you're talking about, but God is good. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I know that Jesus is King. Oh, man. I don't know about you, but this thing gets old. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. For anybody that wants to understand a little bit of, I don't know, in my point of view, very humbly, I'm trying to propose something here about humanity. But if you want to reject it without questioning it, you know, and you want to continue believing in your God, just step aside. Stay with your God, you know, with your love and Savior. And let other people continue moving in life, continue expanding, questioning, exploring. You want to get stuck in life, explaining everything with your God. That's your choice. That's your prerogative. The only thing I ask you is stand to the side, my friend. Move out of the way so other people can continue in this research, in this study, analysis, expanding, exploring, and discovering. Mr. Out of Babylon, you either believe that you will spend eternity in heaven, someone will spend eternity in hell, or you go back to nothing forever. We already have eternal life. It's a knowledge. Antomex, that's a false trichotomy. There are many other possibilities than those three. Well, Phantom X, you have lots of patience. I don't. I don't. All right, so we're gonna start with this presentation. It's recorded, so for those of you that are here, I'll present this to you, and whoever wants to see this presentation after it's recorded, you're gonna listen to the presentation. So let's jump to it. Let's lower the volume. Oh, I'm gonna stop just for one moment. I need my glass of water. Hold on. All right, all right. Now we're talking. So let's do this presentation. For those of you, I don't know, like 2 or 3 people that were on the this live stream, we'll continue. We're present. So I'm gonna present you. I'm gonna propose something, and please, by all means, push back, try to break it, try to prove me wrong. You know, this is not about I hold the truth. This is about presenting or making a proposal about humanity, about human behavior. And I'll appreciate if you push back, you know, that way we can test. So let's jump to the slide number 1. Okay, what I'm gonna present to you right now in this presentation, and then after the presentation, we read your messages, and if you want to call in, I'm open to receiving calls, okay? So my proposal right now is a framework that explains human behavior. For example, in the case of religion and God. I know that if you're a believer, man, you're gonna push on this way back. You're not gonna like this. If you're a believer in God, I can assure you, you're not gonna like this. But we'll press on. So a framework that explains human behavior. What do I mean by that? First of all, I think it will be a good idea if we define some words. This is a glossary, okay? So data, number 1, data. Information available to a person. This is not exactly a definition. I'm putting a definition so we can understand what I'm talking about, okay? Javier, this is not the definition of data. Come on, you know what I mean. Data is information available to a person. Number 2, feel state. The person's current internal experiential state, regardless of its origin. Number 3, negative feel state. Is an internal condition experienced as unpleasant, threatening, deficient, or undesirable that assigns action guiding value to information capable of reducing, escaping, or resolving that condition. Number 4, positive feel. An internal condition experienced as pleasant, fulfilling, or desirable that assigns action guiding value to information capable of maintaining, enhancing, or sharing that condition. Number 5, value. The degree to which the person perceives the data as capable of changing the feel state. And number 6, action. Observable behavior initiated because the data acquired value. What in the world, Javier, are you talking about? I'm gonna explain to you. What is the central idea of what I'm proposing? Data, like for example, God offers eternal life, does nothing. Data acquires value only when the person perceives that it can change their current feel state. The feel state is the interface between information and behavior. Negative feel is the primary driver of voluntary action. Data acquires value only when it offers a path to reducing negative feel. Humans continually move because remaining static eventually produces negative feel, while movement, exploration, and discovery temporarily restore a more positive state. The reward isn't the optimal goal. It is a temporary state that delays the return of a negative feel. Here, what in the world are you talking about? Okay, let me bring you an example so you can understand what we're talking about. God offers external life. I'm sorry. God offers eternal life. That is only data. Those are words. That is data. Different feel states produce different outcomes. Let me show you how this works. Person A has a fear of death or is concerned about death. The data has immense value. They move toward God because it's offering eternal life. Person B has no concern about death. The data has little value. They don't move. Person C is angry at religion. The data might even acquire a negative value. They move away. So the data never change. That's why two people can hear the same promise of God offering eternal life and two people react differently. The data never change. The feel state of the person change. Therefore, the value change. Therefore, the behavior change. This applies to religion, of course, to God, education, politics, marketing, business, parenting, marriage and relationships, law and justice, healthcare, mental health, war and conflict resolution, leadership, economics, artificial intelligence, and communication. Let's give you an example of value. Value. Data acquires value only when the person perceives that it can change their current feel state. Without value, data remains information. In the case of action, once data has value, movement begins. No value, no movement. Feel state. The internal experience of the person. Its origin doesn't matter. The feel state of the person doesn't matter. It might come from fear, joy, pain, love, hunger, satisfaction, curiosity, gratitude, guilt, hope, boredom, excitement, loneliness, peace, a memory, a thought, a future possibility, biology. The source of what you're feeling is irrelevant. The promise of God offering eternal life or God himself is irrelevant. The feel state is what matters in a human being. So, my main message is perhaps humanity's greatest challenge is not only ignorance about the world or God. Perhaps it is ignorance about ourselves. Understanding how humans convert information into action might help us better understand conflict, persuasion, learning, cooperation, and personal change. So that's my presentation. That's what I'm proposing for humanity right now. For those of you probably that still don't understand what I'm trying to say here, we are creating our own problems in yourself, in your relationships, in your house, in your country, and in this world. Because not understanding how you operate as a human being. You have this mechanism that takes something invisible and brings it into reality. This is what I'm trying to explain with this presentation. And people do not want to talk about it, especially if you're a believer in God, because this will expose the mechanism on how you end up believing in one of these gods. And you do not like that because you are using this vehicle of God as a source of feel good. If you detach emotionally from this source of feel good, you're gonna be in trouble. You're gonna go back slowly, drift back slowly to that negative feel state, and you know how that feels. You cannot live with the God. You will have no meaning in your life. You're gonna feel awful. You're gonna go back to the old habits. In other words, you're gonna go back to yourself, and you don't want that. So that is my presentation. I'm gonna be cycling through these scenes or slides for people that are joining later. They either can go back to the presentation, the beginning of the presentation, or just read what I'm presenting on the screen. Yep. So remember, please, if you're gonna call in, we're gonna keep it very close to this presentation's title. We're gonna talk about us human beings. We're gonna talk about believers. So please try to break this proposal that I'm making. A framework that explains human behavior, how you end up believing in one of these gods. Alrighty. You know, probably this topic is not very important. You know, we're just talking about humanity and people, you know. We're just talking about love. You know, we're talking about family. Nothing important. Maybe tomorrow I'll do another live stream talking about cats. Funny cats. And it's a little bit hot in here. Oh, man. So my proposal is a framework that explains human behavior. If you tell me that you believe in God, I can explain to you how you end up with that belief. You can replicate it, you can duplicate it. And the main subject, the magic where the magic takes place. I am not touching it in this live stream. Probably I'll do it tomorrow or the day after. We're going to talk about the magic of bringing invisibility to visibility as a human being. What a humongous power that we have. Where did this energy power come from? I'm asking, Javier, it comes from the Lord. Nope. Through that energy is how you end up believing in the Lord. So try to break it, ask me questions. Javier, no, it doesn't work like that because of this or this. What would happen, Javier, if a person does this or that? How does this information that you present applies to this? Javier, I think you're incorrect because I don't see how a human takes decision based on feelings. I can show it to you. I can demonstrate it to you. You can bring examples. Javier, how about, this person does this and that? How would that apply? How do you explain that? I don't know if you're going to come up with a different scenario from, I don't know, like the 20 scenarios that ChatGPT came up with that I have to explain to ChatGPT how this thing works. ChatGPT knows a lot, but it makes a lot of mistakes. Some topics is still a little bit limited, especially if you're talking about humanity and human beings, how humans operate. Antoman out of Babylon having their own conversation down there. So I'll be happy to receive a call from you. Oh, we have the great Robert. Hey, Robert, hold on a second. Let me bring you up. Hold on. From Skeptic Philosophy, how are you?
Quite well, man. Good to see you.
You hear the entire presentation by any chance?
I did not. I heard the last a little bit of it. I see you're looking for a kind of a framework. I take it that you mentioned a few components of a framework of your own.
Yes, I have to go through at least ChatGPT. I like to take it through 2 different AIs, but because of lack of time, I only was able to take it through ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, to help me put it together in the shortest time possible. But the central idea, I'm showing it on the screen right now, is that data alone does nothing. Data acquires value only when the person perceives that it can change their current field state.
Yeah.
The field state is the interface between information and behavior. And it continues. It's on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's very interesting. I've read a little bit on I don't know if you're familiar with this dichotomy idea of two primary compellments, that we have negative and positive compellments. Like every emotion can be divided inside of 2 different sets of your towards or motivational, directional, that you're going towards a thing, such as hope. You'll have hope, faith, love, kind of all of these that we traditionally think of as positive emotions. It simply means that I want this, or I like what I'm getting. And then you have the set that is generally associated with the head characteristic of fear. I don't want this, or I hate this, or some other emotional connotation. I'm made sad by this. So you then have the emotional, that set. And this has like been depicted over and over throughout history, that these two are like a dichotomy of emotions. And they do some depict it as like the carrot and the stick as far as control, as far as power goes. The carrot is to lure you towards something. The stick is to make sure that you don't go this way. This is kind of how we think of heaven and hell. Also, they're the extremes of the carrot and the stick as far as trying to get you to do this action because you want X and you don't want Y. So it's the same thing. Like everything that you think about in life, it has this problem. Like if you want to live, then conversely, you don't want to die. If you want food, conversely, you don't want to go hungry. So there's these equal and opposites. Are you familiar with this kind of ideal?
I'm reading right now that the dichotomy of emotion refers to the coexistence of seemingly opposite feelings, such as joy and sorrow, or fear and excitement, or the harmful tendency to view experiences strictly as all or nothing, black and white states.
Sure.
Is that it?
No, not quite. What's his name? Sigmund Freud did a little writing on this. I don't remember if he touched on it on Totems and Taboos or where he touched on it. But it's this idea that we anthropomorphize characters for the sets. So the sets, and it's weird because we even play with the sets in comic books. I don't know if you've seen DC does it with the two rings. You have Fear and Will with the what's the damn Green Lanterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have over and over, you have this carrot and stick thing. You have, I think even the Chinese do the ebb and the flow, right? They do the two different states of, and the point is, it's everything that you think about. Whether you have heavy emotion, you either have a strong positive emotion towards it, or you have a strong negative emotion away from it. So this is like, we don't want hell, we do want heaven. This is why heaven and hell is such a, just a great control method, because oh no, don't do this. If the positive doesn't motivate you for the heaven, then the negative will motivate you away from the hell.
It seems to me that the explanation that you're telling me about, it touches what I'm trying to provide very superficially. There's way more into this. For me, there's some, I want to call it magic, okay? Because it's an energy that for some reason is able to bring invisible, like thought, something invisible to reality through us. It's just not one thing, like, like heaven and hell. That's why I say that it brings emotional polarity, but there's a world inside that polarity that is supposed to be doing something. But I think there's more to a simple polarity of emotions, like in the case of heaven and hell. There's more to that. I tried to present it on this presentation, put as much information as possible, but man, I have to take I don't know, like 10 pages of stuff that I wrote into like
Yeah,
4 or 5 slides,
sure. Yeah, it's a lot to compress.
Yeah, so basically I think that for example, in the case that God offers eternal life, for me, the way I understand it, this is just data, and data does nothing for us humans beings. In order to bring data into reality, you must find value in the information.
Agreed.
Yeah, so
But
we
that
go ahead.
that could be positive or negative. And so in this case, like if you found a value in the information, oh, there's a heaven and you can get there by X. Well, if that sounds good to you, you have a value in that, then you are drawn towards that. But the same can be said of hell. Like if you are that, this is why so many people preach hell, and like it, people who don't even believe in it at all are like, ooh, well, I don't even want to take the chance in that. That sounds like such a scary thing. So they have a value in just preservation, even if they didn't originally believe the claim.
In order for someone to take action on data, the feel state of the person has to be on the negative. The polarity has to present itself in order to the human being to take action. So in case of God, if someone tells a person, hey, you know that there's a loving God out there, and the person has no negative feel states in them at the moment, the data has no value. But that's when, for example, in the case of Ray Comfort, he knows how this works. So if the person is not interested, he starts saying stuff that will create a negative
The
feel state in
negative,
the
yeah.
person. Yes, in order to create that polarity, that negativity, that negative feel state, in order for the person to automatically find value in the information that he was originally presenting, and in order for the person to see the value in God offering eternal life. Now the person is going to be interested in this data. I
Yeah,
think
this is I don't think Ray Comfort is alone by any means in this. I think this is pretty common with altar calls also.
yes.
Many of the more fundamentalist church, they kind of lead it up to this. They even play music that is very like emotional and with a certain
Hmm.
tone to it, and they
Hmm.
do this. Um, maybe you're broken, maybe you're here and you've lost a loved one, maybe you've this, and they start like talking about all these things to get people thinking about their negative emotions that might be going on, and then they play off of those. But it's a break you down, and then once I break you down, there's this thing to offer you. Jesus will lift you up, kind of thing. So it's very common. Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flame has made a living off of this. So yeah, it's very common.
I think I always give the example of Ray Comfort because he does it very openly and vulgarly. You know, like he doesn't care that people notice what he's doing. He does it. He knows he plays this by a book. He knows how to manipulate people's emotions. He knows how to play with people feel states. And I think that we have to talk about this more and more because I think that there's value for us human beings in understanding how we operate. One of the examples that I can give someone that probably is listening to this and still don't understand, for example, in the case of the COVID vaccine, you know, there's a pharmaceutical that creates a vaccine for a sickness that doesn't exist yet, and someone asks you, "Hey, do you want to get the vaccine for I don't know, uh, some virus that doesn't exist?" You're like, "No," because there's no value in the information in the data. But next day you hear that there's 1,000 people that have died of a virus, and that vaccine that you heard from yesterday is the one that is curing people now. That data has
Yeah,
value. From the
yeah,
negative, you find in the connection to something that is going to move you to the positive, and now you're going to take action on that vaccine. It's always, 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 in my point of view, the human being moving from a negative feel state to a positive feel state.
mm,
And in one more thing, Robert, do you know when people that have these supernatural experiences with God, like in the case of Diva, he said that he have changed other people giving their testimony about God touching them.
sure. There's literally billions of people. Diva's not an
Yes.
only example. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I said it, you know, a few minutes back that there's some magic or something happening there when that movement, when that action, when that process takes a person from a negative feel state to a positive feel state.
Hmm.
If you have data uh, connected to your memories and you're able to take that state from a negative state to a positive state while that data is visible in memory, you're going to have a change. Probably what people talk about um, supernatural change or something went from negative to positive because of that process. I think is absolutely um, important for us to understand more of what happens when that change takes place. I try to explain it to ChatGPT as a conduit, cable, wire. When you apply negative, positive, you can make a light up. This is exactly in a human being what happens. This polarity of emotion creates something that can light up a light. I'm not saying it literally, but something brightness, something changes in the person in order to be able to bring something that is invisible, like a thought, into
Yeah.
reality. But he also creates emotional changes internally in the person. That could explain probably why people have these experiences, and because of the data that they got, they think and they label it as God touching them.
Yeah. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to offer a slight critique on the
Mm-hmm.
wording of it, and that is that it's not necessarily positive, because you have to also accommodate for fear as a motivator also, and if people use that, it's more affirmative, whether it's in the positive or in the negative category. They have a value in the affirmative. It could be self-preservation if it's something about fear, because fear can is an emotional motivator just as well as any positive. A positive or a negative value of the outcome is going to motivate.
In my view, no. The only motivator has to be a negative feel state.
Well, how, do you think negative, or do you think things like fear, sadness, pain? You think these motivate people though?
It has
Because
to
these,
be, I'm sorry, it has to be a negative feel state in order for the person want to move to a positive feel state.
okay, okay,
So in my view, we this is something that I can demonstrate to someone and we can duplicate it and triplicate it. We are built in a way that we are not emotionally imbalanced. We are always in a slight tilted in the negative. So in the case that you, for example, stand facing a wall and you drop, forget about your phone, forget about anything, no sounds or anything, and you look into a wall, it's not that this is going to happen or not. Is how long is it going to take to happen that you're going to start feeling pain? You're going to start so much negativity that you have to take action. You have to move away from the wall. You have to grab your phone. You have to take a walk. You have to do something because the negative feel state is going to start incrementing and incrementing. I think that's programmed into us as human beings, and that is programmed so you and us, everybody starts looking to move into the positive feel state.
sure, yeah,
And in
uh,
the and one more thing, if you don't mind, Robert, in the
go
case
ahead.
that you're saying that someone can find motivation, like for example, I don't know, going to the beach or something like that. Most likely the person, because people create their own versions or of polarities. For me, negative is, I don't know, being stuck all day working. But for someone else, negativity means that it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I'm not at the beach, you know, something different. But at the end, the reason doesn't matter. It's the negative feel state. We're both feeling a negative feel state, probably in different degrees. And we're going to find something, some data that we're going to find value that is going to resolve that negativity and move it into the positive feel state.
Yeah, um, I think a positive feel state is an alleviation of the pressure, but I don't think it's always like some people, dare I say, as you'll see right here in the side chat, people end it all just to get out of the negative state. It's not so much they want a positive state as it is that they want to end the negative state. They just can't deal with the negative state anymore. And if they can't find a way to move to the positive state, many people do end it just because they can't get out of that negative place and they just demand it,
When you
that
say
they have
ended,
to get.
do, do
Yes,
you do you mean what I think you mean?
yes, I do. But that is because people have a, whether it's depression or whatever's going on that's creating a negative mental state. Um, they just have to get out of that negative mental state. They just want a way out of it. And yeah, if positive was going to do the trick, if they could get there, I'm sure they would. But more than anything, I think they want out of that negative state.
I think, Robert, that what you just mentioned right now is extremely important and is accurate. I think when a person find themselves in a constant negative feel state and they don't have any data that promotes or promises value to move into a positive state, probably the only thing that could offer or promise a good feel state, positive feel state, is ending it. Like you say, in the case of believing in God, I think lots of people probably apply that they have not been able to move themselves. For example, when it comes to their mortality, they don't find anything that moved them out of that negative feel state. Their partner is not doing it, their spouse is not doing it, family is not doing it, work is not doing it. They try the tarot, they try, I don't know, different things, or they try color therapy or hypnotherapy, nothing does it, and then they hear about this God offering eternal life. The data for that person has value because they have negative associations or negative field state in regards to their mortality. So finding that value, they're gonna move toward that God. They're gonna take action towards that God because it's offer a feel good state.
Yeah.
And
No,
And
I agree for the most part. I'm almost in 100% agreement. It's just that my distinction is that sometimes it's just more about getting out of the negative than it is the positive. Like the negative is a compelling state that you want to get away from it.
oh, I
Um,
agree. I agree. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree because people know that if you, for example, in the beliefs in God, that explains why people are constantly promoting and marketing and their relationship with God, because they know if they don't do this, if they don't feed the feeling, it's going to start to fade away and they're going to go
yeah,
back to feeling bad. You're absolutely right and 100% correct. We're going to go back to our normal state, which is tilted into the negative.
yeah. It's a scratch that has to be itched, or an
Yes.
itch that has to be scratched.
Yes.
And I think there's a few different ways that religion kind of fills in this transfer from from a negative state to a positive, and it's not just. I know we like to say many times because it's the big one, the big going to heaven. Oh, I have a eternal retirement plan, but it's not the only one. Inside of this life, they have this notion of that they have purpose now, and that something bigger than them. That everything there's this intentionality for why they're here. Everything means something. And in addition to that, if they're being compelled to, oh, and now I have to spread this to other people, but if that grows stagnant, then the itch is back, and
Yes.
they're back in a
Yes.
negative state.
I think people that believe in God, they have to get their fix every day,
Yeah,
something that again moves them a notch, two notch, 2%, 3% back into the positive. It's gonna last probably 24 hours or I don't know, 48 hours, and suddenly they find themselves going back. So they have to get into a live stream. They have to find someone to talk, talk to them about God. I think unconsciously people know this. They don't know it. They don't know it consciously. They can feel it. They cannot put a finger on it.
yeah. I mean, it makes me think we're probably not immune to this either. This having this conversation, there's probably some underpinnings in us that we think maybe a religion is damaging. Maybe we have this thing in ourselves that we're doing some great service to the community by trying to unleash some shackles or something of this. There's something in our motivations too that bring us to these places and have these conversations.
Absolutely. That's why on the screen I have a list that everything that this affects, it affects religion, education, politics, marketing, business, parenting, marriage and relationships, law and justice, healthcare, mental health, war and conflict resolution, leadership, economics, artificial intelligence, communications, etc., etc., etc. So we're basically right now in this moment doing the exact same thing. The only probably difference is that we're finding value, trying to move to a positive field state by questioning, asking questions, and trying to come up with something different instead of jumping just at a conclusion that a God is real and finding value in that information.
Yeah, there's something about gaining new information, meeting new people, learning new things. These are obviously, values as well. But there's probably something along the lines as reaffirming positions. It's a strange thing that if you think about propositions that we know to be true, such as gravity. I've heard the old joke is no one goes to a place once a week to confirm something like gravity. People go to a religious organization once a week to confirm something. If it's true, you wouldn't need to do that. There's not a thing that is true that we need to regularly get confirmation that it's true. But in reality, maybe there is. If we have opposition against our position, sometimes we not like to hear people ratify our beliefs and say, "Yeah, you're not crazy in thinking this. You're not crazy in seeing these problems, or so forth." That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah,
somebody that's confirming your way of thinking.
yeah. Like validating
Yeah,
your way
it's
of
a
thinking.
validation.
Yeah. Um, man. When I analyze this information and I look at the world right now, um, like for example, today I was watching some videos, some kids doing some documentaries of what's happening in the states. in Louisiana, Texas, New Jersey. These states are being taken over by other countries, and I don't think very good educated countries, in my point of view. It seems to me that once Trump steps down, I can imagine myself probably I don't know, my my point of view, some Democrat like AOC or someone else taking power. I mean, for me, that's the end of the United States. But I don't think that the end is coming from putting a corrupt politician or another corrupt politician or someone that doesn't know what they're doing. It's, this whole thing is mainly happening because of us, our ignorance, trying to blame other people or find solutions on other people, like in the examples going back to God. So I'm trying to bring awareness to this information and for people to start talking more about it. I actually want people to ask me questions and try to break it apart, try to take it down. Javier, this doesn't work because of this or that. And you know, you being responsible for everything that happens in your life doesn't work like that, Javier. There's a God, there are corrupt politicians, and so I want people to test what I'm saying right now because I think there's value in this, and I think we can make, probably innocently, I'm thinking that this could bring the world to a better place than what's happening right now. Also, what happened in Venezuela, man, that place is like shit hell. I think even Venezuelans think the same way because of everything that's going on over there. So it's not only the United States; it's also UK, Ireland, other places. But anyways,
Yeah, I generally don't skirt too deep into the geopolitical waters because there's just going to be a vast diversity of opinion on these different things. As far as your model, it seems pretty sound. There is a people are obviously not comfortable inside of a negative state, and they do want to move to a positive one. I think that's pretty intuitively the case. So yeah, I like the model. I'm sure there could be other factors added to it. It's like validation is one of the things that are one of the feel good states. As long as you can account for all of the different things that are people are moving, because sometimes they're making a lifestyle framework change, and it has both positive and negatives to it, and it ultimately just needs a net positive as far as the emotional value goes. There could be like negative things that come into it for holding a particular position, as long as it's just, I guess, net positive.
okay. As in right now, but I'm trying to put this information out there so people help me to break it. I want someone to break it. To give you an example of a scenario where this doesn't apply, to see if we can see how it applies in that situation. Because if I have holes on this presentation, I want to see if I can fix it, or maybe this is incorrect and this is not the correct human behavior. This is not how humans work. And probably I'll go back to square one, but as in right now, I'm seeing that this is how we operate. Go ahead.
Well, my critique is only that the positive is not necessary. Only a positive from the position of the negative, right? It can be just normal. Like if you're in a negative position, if you have that bad itch, so to speak, you just need it alleviated. You don't need it to go into a positive thing necessarily. Only positive from the negative position. You just want the negative to change. That's the reason that I mentioned, when taking their own life. This is something that there is, by all measures, there's no positive there. It's just ending the negative, and we see this happen all the time.
I if for example, Robert, you giving me that as an example of where this doesn't apply, I
Yeah.
can see how would that apply. Because if someone is constantly being on a negative feel state for days, weeks, months, probably years, I think they have gone through a long enough time to come to the conclusion they have not been able to find anything that allows them or offers them to move into a positive feel state. So they start looking for what someone will define as unreasonable solution to move from a negative field state to a positive field state. But probably the person initially was, for example, in a 2% negative state constantly. A year later, they're constantly on a 56% negative state. They cannot take it anymore. And they're starting to see, probably unreasonably, that a way to move into positive is by doing something crazy because
So
they don't find anything else.
yeah, the problem is like not everybody goes through this process of time and reasonability to come to these kind of conclusions. It very much can happen very quickly
Oh,
sometimes. For
yes.
example, I'll give you a primary one. Someone gets called and they know that they're about to go to prison for a very long time, and they're in a hostage situation or whatever, and there's a very short window of time that they make the decision that they're not going, life in prison or something, and they make that decision right there. And it had nothing to do with all of this buildup or anything. It has to do with I don't want that negative state, and I'm not going to put up with it. If I have no state at all, it's fine. I'd rather have no state.
What do you think is the current field state of that person once they know they're going to be in jail for many years?
Oh, it's very
Let's
negative. It's very negative. But that's my point, though. I'm just saying that they want to stop the negative. It's not necessarily trying to move towards a positive. As far as if you think about negatives and positives and towards you have a normative line that is the center line, and then you have the negative there or a positive up from there. It only has to be something that is away from the depth of the negative. It can be
Yes,
positive from the lowest negative state. In anything that's progressing towards not this. It's like the
yes,
hand on the fire. Is not this. All I want is not this.
yes, yes. I agree with you at a certain level because I think there's still movement from that negative feeling into a less negative feeling. Yes, you're correct. But there's still going to be movement. There, in order for the person to take some action, Robert, there has to be a change in state. In my point of view, no action take place unless there is a change of state.
Hey, Phantom.
Hey, Phantom.
I just don't know how to measure that state. If you're talking about ending your life, there's like it's. I
Bob,
don't know
you
by
took
what
a
measure
big
to call this
example.
positive. I think
Believe
it's
it
a
or
good one. You go to
yeah,
maximums if you want to give examples. You go to
yeah.
maximums.
No, I like it. I like it. I think I can only. I've never been that in that position, but I can only think that, for example, a person that is considering doing that, in those moments, just by thinking about it, that there's a solution, ending it, just by that thought, they feel a little better. And then probably don't do it because their field state change. Not to the positive, but now it's less negative. That's why I say a change of state has to take place. I'm not saying, I agree with you, I'm not saying from negative to positive,
Yeah,
but less negative is
less
a
negative.
positive.
Right. Not past the normative line, but away from the negative value that's what we're already at.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I agree.
What I
You're right.
what I hear you saying is it's just has to be relatively positive.
Right. Relatively positive to
Yes.
their present position.
Yes. Because your positive is not my positive. It depends of how we were brought up, our current problems. There's many difference. You're not gonna have the same rule for everybody, the same measuring rule of what's a negative field state from a good field state. Like I mentioned earlier, my negative state probably is having to work all day, being a slave. For another person, a negative field state is I have to walk 5 minutes to the beach so I can surf. I want to walk less. Probably that's
Th-
not a very
That
good comparison, but
No, it's
that's
probably
a
not.
first world problem.
I'm
It's a
sorry.
first world problem for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, it holds. It's relative to the state, so the principle holds.
So in the case of, for me, religion in this I'm presenting here plays a big role because I think religion is one of the, I'm not saying it's the biggest problem, it's one of the biggest problems in relation to trying to move away from understanding this. When you label everything God, what are we doing here on earth is God. What are going to happen to us when we die? God. What happened to me, supernatural, God. I think it's the opposite of what I'm trying to bring awareness of here. That's why I'm trying to have this type of conversations more and more. People say, Javier, my God, my Lord and Savior. I'm like, no, I think we can replicate this without using a God. Or we can
Yes,
make you
apple
feel
pie.
good. We can have a supernatural experience with you. We can duplicate it. Have to learn just a little bit more about the process of changing from one state to another while you have this data in your mind. This reminds me a little bit of a therapy that I do to some people in person. I'm thinking about doing a live stream about this on how I'm able to touch some parts of the body of a human being uh, when they are, how you say, when they have these emotions exposed, the thoughts, the data, and the feelings exposed, and you take them to another field state. The new field state is recorded and attached to that same data that before had a negative field state, and the person starts asking like, well, what just happened? I feel different. I don't remember exactly what happened. I had to remember the person. Can you give it a number again? You said that it was a 9. The person says, I cannot even think about it. It's number 2 or number 1. So there's something about there that is of value that we have to investigate more. And if we are able to duplicate these religious experiences, I think we can move on and continue exploring and trying to find out what we're doing here on Earth. Maybe we can bring some less conflict, educate people more, and I don't know. Probably we have a little bit a better world than the one we have right now.
Yeah, I think anytime that people are trying to acquire though their positive feel state, what they're willing to do to harm others, whether it's in religion or another subject, it's more about their willingness to. So whether they're religious or non-religious, I think it's more about that. If people, what we're seeing from the outside is we see people that are willing to harm other people or willing to negate people's rights, whether they're homosexuals or whether they're of a different group that they think are just they religiously disagree with. For them to move towards their positive state, they're willing to step on some heads and hurt people
Mm-hmm.
along the way. Then it doesn't matter, I think, if they're in religion or out of religion. That demeanor and position is still going to be the same.
Yes, I think that when people say that some of the problems that we have in the world is because of people, billionaires or people of money, people in power, I tell, sometimes the answer that I don't agree. I think it's a problem that has to do with behavior, lack of understanding of behavior. Um, in my point of view, I don't know if you know what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Pretty much what we're talking about right now. I think whoever is in power, they're doing it because somehow, in some way, they have some fear or some negative field state, and they want to move it to a positive field state with something that is absolutely crazy, like killing people, taking over a country, or stealing whatever from them, or doing something absolutely crazy.
An increase of power,
Yes.
just something that it's like the obsession of collecting more and more.
Yes, and in lots of cases is trying to stay in power because the person knows they get into a negative field state by knowing that if they let go of the power, whoever comes to power next, they're gonna go after them. So they're not willing to let go of power. They don't want to get into a negative field state. So as long as they stay in power, they stay on a positive field state. And they're going to do, like you said, they're going to do whatever it takes to never have to move or be or find themselves in a negative field state. Never. They're not going to allow it. In the case of Venezuelan president, so very good yelling and you know, and he was a menace to the United States, and now he find himself in jail. I don't think that's a very positive field state right now for him. He was trying to avoid that. End up in a very negative field state right now. But anyways, that's another conversation. So that you know, ending it, yeah, I think there's a lot of different examples. I think when I was having a conversation with ChatGPT, he presented like 4 or 5 different scenarios where he was saying that this did not apply. So I had to explain it to him and tell them and remind them, please don't BS me. Don't try to make it look pretty for me. Don't give me pretty answers. Just be transparent. Tell me if you understand or not. So, you know, after every time I explain something to ChatGPT, he will tell me, well, how would it apply with this? I give you an example, and I have to take it apart. You know, like one of the things that ChatGPT was rejecting was like people having automatic reactions, like they take a decision almost automatically. I had to explain to ChatGPT that this process can work also automatically, like in the case of phobia. You record data and attach it to a feeling. That's what I call an impression, or it's called an impression. And this reaction is automatic, but the feeling is there and is attached to automatically to a thought. So you have the same result in a less, I don't know, like a second, 2-second time. The body is capable to do that.
So there's a lot of things that I think AIs are good at, and there's some that I think that they're just really bad at. And one of them is a comprehension, obviously, of feelings. They're just going through.
Yes.
It's just a Lars. It's just going through languages and how people have defined these things and finding something in the aggregate of it. In addition to that, the more you push ChatGPT or any of these AIs, they have a compliant side to them. They begin to align. They might give you an initial thing of no, this is not the case, and then you push them a little. But don't you think? And they'll slowly but surely become compliant with you because they have more of a secretarial than of a philosophical or otherwise. They're not designed to resist you, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah.
a helper. So I think we can impose our biases upon them very easy, just with a little push. So that's another thing to be very wary of interacting with these kind of things with AIs.
I use Cloud and ChatGPT, mostly ChatGPT, every single day for these live streams, for work,
Yeah.
for lots of stuff. So I can even tell the moment ChatGPT starts to be like condescending, or you know, I had to remind them right there, please don't do that. Or if I try to simulate a conversation, it always go back to kind of ask me questions and the same ChatGPT answering the same questions. I'm like, man, what are you doing? I'm supposed to be answering the question. Why are you asking the question? Can you yell at me? No, I'm not gonna yell at you. Okay, so let's stop this simulation. This is not gonna work.
Yeah. I've done the same thing. I remember trying to record a video where I wanted the Chat GPT to steel man a position of the cosmological column. And the more that I like poked at the cosmological column, the more that it's like, yeah, you're right. Actually, this is a problem. And then I'm like, hold on, you're supposed to be steel manning me. You need to take this position and hold it firmly. But that's something that it very much wants to agree with points and positions, and it could probably go the other way too for a religious person, arguing the other side. It would be very agreeable to their position and their pushback. It's just the nature of it. It's more of an assistant.
Yeah. I think even if you tell ChatGPT and remind to please push back, it's just gonna take up to a point, and it will not continue. So
Yeah.
at that point, it's useless. You cannot. It's not gonna work for whatever you're trying to use it. And Cloud is the same thing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
There was this.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go
Oh,
ahead, Phantom.
There was this one guy. I forget what his channel's called. It's cross examinations, not cross examined, which is Frank
Turek.
Turek's channel.
Yeah.
It's not Frank Turek. That's cross examined. This is cross examinations. But he's a comic book artist. Has done some like stuff, work for DC, I believe, or Marvel. But anyway, he did this series where he got was Grok, because for a while Grok had no guardrails, and he just got Grok to just flat out agree with him on that the Noah's flood happened.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're very agreeable at point in case. You know, it's,
Well, like
it's
I was
ridiculous.
like, yeah, I mean, I was going to try to respond to it by showing that you can just get AI to say what you want. I couldn't get the other AIs to say the flood happened.
Yeah,
Re-
yeah.
It
And,
was
and
specific.
some of them they've gotten better. You know, Alex O'Connor played with this very early on. That he argued, he got the AI to agree that there was a God and agree that there wasn't a God. And he also he did the one on what's the arrow? What's the is it Zeno's arrow paradox? Do you know what I'm talking about with the half distances? Anyway,
And go
anyway,
ahead.
he used the term clap, but he told AI, but how can I clap? And the AI was like, well, it's easy. You just put your hands together, and he's like, no, you don't understand though. I have to half the distances, and he kept explaining the paradox thing to the point that the AI was like, I don't know how this works. It's like, how do you even clap? Yeah, it's these things are not super difficult to mess with, even the more
There's
advanced ones.
there's a series of videos, and now there's more than one channel that presents you all the problems with AI. They talk to AI on the video, and they present problems to AI. AI does the craziest things. It can be extremely inaccurate. It actually some of these videos are very funny. There's more than one people doing these videos now, talking about ChatGPT and Cloud and all the mistakes. Actually, the owner of ChatGPT, I don't remember his name. He was watching some of these videos, and in an interview, and he was like, "Oh, we still have to work on it."
Yeah,
But
they've
go
gotten a
ahead.
lot better. ChatGPT 5 is it's a lot better than it was for sure. It's a lot more difficult to kind of lead them astray now, but they're still super agreeable to things.
Mhm. Yep. That is correct.
So the things that you're interested in, I read a book that's probably the closest to this kind of subject. It's an old book, but I hear it's still one of the better ones to read, and that's The Variety of Religious Experiences by William James. I don't know if you're familiar with it or ever read any of it. I think it's all, from what I remember of it, it's like a recorded lecture or lecture notes from 1902, but he goes in depth to a study that he had been doing for a long time of all of the different people that he had questioned about their feelings and the sensations of their religious experiences. So if you want to know more about how people defined them and how he put those into different categories of religious experiences that motivate them and their feel goods, he kind of broke them down into a few different categories. And it's every religion. It seems to break these all down into these same kind of categories. But a very interesting book. It's been a while since I read it, though, probably 2 years.
What's the name of the author?
William James is the name of the author. I actually think there's another book that's actually I haven't read it, but I think it's come out in the last 4 or 5 years that is in reference to that one. And it's a very similar name, but this one is The Variety of Religious Experiences. That's an old one. It's like 1902. A philosopher and psychologist. There you go.
Okay, I found it. Harvard psychologist and philosopher.
Yeah, it's old enough that I'm sure you can even find these books free. I think whenever I read it on Internet Archive or Gutenberg or one of those.
One of the problems that I have now I like to before call into debates, and try to debate people, but I always end up probably the person hanging up. Um, Now I have a hard time trying to engage on a debate because now because of this information, I see the person talking about God, and all I can see is feel good, feel good, feel good. I need to feel good, feel good. I want to continue feel good, feel good, feel good. This God makes me feel good. This information aligns with my feeling, and that makes me feel good because I feel good because God loves me, and that makes me feel good. That's all I hear.
Yep.
I have taken this into written stuff and tried to read some debates and stuff like that, and I can see it more clearly now. I don't know if you have heard of God Logic, some kid that is
I've
like,
heard of him.
Yeah.
I don't know why people listen to this kid, but they get into these conversations that for me now it's hard to try to immerse myself in this world of Jesus said and what he didn't say and what the was the meaning of the words that they read in the passage, like, man, I think it's more clear now that he found something that makes him feel good apart from the feel good of getting money from doing this.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and when we mentioned front to rec, I now understand that the feel good of getting money, selling God and salvation is quite clear. And I think that more and more, I don't know if you're aware, but there's like thousands now of God influencers that I can see in their words. What they're doing is that it makes them feel good to make money through selling God and salvation. So it's for me, it's a difficult, a little bit now to concentrate on having real debates about this information when I think, hopefully I'm not mistaken, I'm understanding that what the person is saying is that this data feels good to me, has meaning for me, even though the data by itself has no value.
Is this like an ethical thing for you? Is that what you're saying?
I think in some people, yes, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing and they don't care. Some other people do it unconsciously. Some other people
No,
doing it half and half.
no. I meant you said you have trouble having these debates because you recognize it's all feel good. I'm asking if your trouble is an ethical consideration.
You say unethical or on
And
It's
ethical.
unethical?
yeah, like our
UN.
and not and is the reason you're doing an ethical consideration, like it wouldn't be ethical to do this.
No, I think when you hear debates, the conversation is not really the main topic or the
Yeah,
most
sure.
important thing. The topic is unimportant. There's another subtle, invisible conversation taking place, and people. That's probably explains why people never get clear or agree on debates because they think they're debating the information. The debate is always happening emotionally.
Oh yeah,
it
for
it
sure.
is. But I'll tell you something that helped me get over this on the debate side is I recognize that the debates are not for me and the interlocutor. They are for onlookers to understand the behaviors and the demeanors that are coming out between the interlocutors. If someone is seeing a fact, if I'm representing a fact that seems to be so logically undeniable, but they are in such a committed position that they feel like they have to deny it, I think the crowd that's looking on sees this and they understand that this is a bad faith engagement. So it's not so much about me trying to convince the interlocutor as it is exposing um, hypocrisy, as it is exposing bad models of why people are latching on to things. It's not to convince the interlocutor. We need to start letting go of that.
Um, you know, I think that, for example, if a person is watching a debate, just watching, for me, the person unconsciously knows that there is a possibility or opportunity for a um, polarity of emotion in the debate. and people unconsciously know that there's value in that. It's like, for example, someone getting in the ring in an MMA or boxing. Someone in their right mind would not jump in there and get in a fight. But for someone that lives fighting and they know they like fighting, they are not able to experience and having emotions outside the ring. They go inside the ring, and this polarity of possibility of feeling something negative and also feeling something good, they're only going to find it in a ring. So they're going to throw punches because of feeling bad or feeling good. Of course, they're looking to feel good. When someone is watching a debate, they are indirectly experiencing these emotions. You, for example, they are a believer in God and they're listening to a debate, unbeliever with a believer. The unbeliever says God is not real. They feel something negative, and they're hoping for the believer to say something that is going to make them move to the feel good again.
Sure.
And there's value in that, because in those moments people feel alive. They feel like this interchange, this movement of from one field state to another one. There's value in that without me jumping into a debate myself. When it comes to a debater, in the case you want to debate, I think the same thing is happening. You're finding opportunities of getting a feel good state. If you jump into a debate, you will not get the same feel good or opportunity to change to a feel good state outside of a debate, when you know that in a debate is where you or a debater can find value. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I
So
think that there's also a part that's missing here, though. Like I mentioned earlier, the collection of, if we're talking about a collection of power, there are people who are interested in, and they're made to feel good about the collection of correct information. Many people, as Sam Harris love to say, that I want to know is many true things and as few false things as possible. And people are simply trying to refine what it is that they know, and this is what makes them feel good. So people do want to know the truth. I do think that people are regularly inspired and want to know the truth. Now, might there be other things that they want that might outbalance that? Sure, may be the case. But if you are showing something to somebody that it seems so undeniably the case, many people will abandon. It depends again on how latched they are and how good this external thing makes them feel. But many times they will go for the truth because they have a certain emotional salience to it.
but at the end the truth is going to be data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the data, there's no value in data by itself. I'm sorry, let me correct that. Data is data. It's through the evaluation value, finding value, that the person will have a field state.
It's about making decisions, though, Clearwater. If you everything that you're making as a decision, you make better decisions if all the information that you're making it based on is more accurate. So it's about a housekeeping thing on your data sets. It's more about I want to all of my data and the things that I hold to be true, I want them to be correct because I can make the best decisions in life with the best, most accurate data.
So
This is a
someone,
value.
yes, I agree. So if you find lots of data that can take you to a place of you feel comfortable that you have enough information to feel closer to the truth.
Yep.
At the end, that conclusion makes you feel good. So you have been able to move yourself to a positive state without finding truth.
Yeah. Harry, do you mind if I address something on the side chat that's been going on for a good 10 minutes over here?
Sure.
It's this thing of this Adam and Eve thing and the free will thing, and I know it's an old argument, but I've recently written a newer version of this about Adam and Eve. The ideal is that if God could have created a different first person, could he have made Steve or Ron or Joe instead of Adam? Like it's possible to do anything, could he have made someone other than Adam with different temperaments and decision making? And if he could have, or if he couldn't, he's not all powerful. We'll just let go of one of the omnis. But if we say yes, that he could have, then he chose to make Adam. It was an intentional decision to make Adam, knowing that Adam was going to do. Now, it could be the case that all of the other potential possibilities, that Ron, Joe, every possibility of human was also going to eat the fruit. But if that was the case, then in what sense do we have free will? Every possible option was always going to eat the fruit. So this argument that the free will thing fixes this problem, that it fixes the problem of evil, it's just objectively not true. It's so easy to demonstrate that the free will thing doesn't fix it. Because if God has the power that he could have made a different outcome, he chose not to. And if every possibility we were always going to eat it, then we didn't have free will.
Well, not just that, but even if God, unless every choice was always the same for all a long time, God chose these choices over the others.
What do you mean?
I think that applies also for Jesus' crucifixion.
Yeah, it applies with the devil as well. I mean, even making the devil, like, could God have made someone else as that character? Yes, God could have made a different angel, a different temperament. He chose not to. He chose to make this one. Why? He knew what was going to happen. He knew what was going to be introduced. He did it anyway. So, I mean, there's no way to fix this problem.
Right. What I was saying is, if God knew I was going to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch today over a turkey and a ham, or ham and cheese, right? And he created the world where I chose the peanut butter and jelly sandwich over the ham and cheese, then I never really had the choice to make the ham and cheese.
Because he already knew your choice.
Yeah, like he created the world where I ate the peanut butter and jelly.
This is playing with the subject of free will too much. They think that you have a secondary power that you could still make the free will choice there. So, I mean, the reason that I think the free will choice is just, it doesn't even matter. Even if we grant that the free will is there, even if we completely grant, yeah, free will's the thing, we still have the problem with the Adam and Eve. We still have the problem with the devil one. Because if there was different possibilities or different first humans, God could have made a different first human that didn't make that choice. It just could have. Now, if you're saying, well, God couldn't have done that because every single human would have eaten the fruit. Okay, fine. If you make that claim, then by what sense did we have free will? We did not have a choice. If every possibility was always going to eat the fruit, there's no free will. It's done.
Also, the problem of God being all-knowing.
Yeah, all of it assumes that.
Future.
Yeah.
How do you explain that to someone that their emotional states depend on believing that this God is real?
I've not found a way that gets anyone to see it my way. They always just assert that you have free will and that solves all the problems.
And if you don't agree, the devil has you.
Yeah,
if you don't agree, sprinkle a little magic on it. Put a little good divine mystery on it. Put the little blanket over it. Who knows? God works in mysterious ways.
It is. I think, we laugh, but this is a problem for, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I think that in my view, Christians are maintaining a problem. They're maintaining Muslims believing. They're contributing to a problem. They're just not aware of it.
How so? Like Muslims believing. How do you tie that in?
Believing what? I'm sorry?
You said they're maintaining Muslims believing. How so? Or is that what you meant?
Yeah. If you're able to believe in something, that most likely is not real, other people can come up with the same crazy stuff and they don't have to show you anything. And if you want to be saying things like Jesus is king and you want to present as this is a fact, other people are going to do the same thing. And they're going to try to throw it on your face and try to make you believe it. So I think if you're going to believe in God, at least engage in some kind of, logical or, I don't know, some conversation about the believer. I think that believers in God, they don't want to talk about the believer because they know what could happen. That
Yeah.
for me right there is a problem also. You don't want to talk about the believer. You don't want to talk about your feelings. You don't want to talk about what persuaded you to believe. And so if a Christian can do that, the Muslim is also going to do it. Other peoples are going to do their own versions of God, and this world is not going to go anywhere, in my point of view. This
Yeah, yeah.
is ignorance taken to another level.
I've always thought it was super weird to watch like Christians and Muslims argue over something, or Christians and Christians for that matter. It's like they don't have like a standard of evidence. So what are they arguing about? It's like, but I have faith in X. Yeah. Well, you know that this is wrong and that is wrong. Like they don't. If an atheist comes in and they say, "Oh, what's the standard of evidence you're asking?" Both of the groups will be like, "Well, evidence. Hold on now, hold on." You know, are we using a falsifiability standard or something like this? So I don't understand. Like, can't even set a good criteria that like both of them aren't violating the criteria.
That's hold on.
Yeah.
That's what happens sometimes, several times when we see two Christians, having a discussion. It happens several times here on the live streams. Go ahead, Phantom.
I was going to say what I see is them say, well, the Quran is false because it doesn't agree with the Bible. Well, no, actually, the Bible is false because it doesn't agree with the Quran.
Yeah, perfect example.
It's funny, but
it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
How can we take the conversation to some other place? Because apparently trying to have these conversations with believers is not changing anything. So I don't know. I think by changing the conversation to the believer and not to their beliefs, probably we're taking a different approach. Let's talk about you as a believer, not about your beliefs.
Maybe I just like, I mean, I don't care what people believe. I just want them to, what I like would be to see them use good methodologies.
Yes.
And that's really more what I would like to see than anything else.
I have said forever that the problem with theism at its core, as far as its method to come to conclusions, is it always makes an exception of all principles of logic. They all break and they make an exception for God. Like if you do the PSR argument or whatever argument you do, like yes, this rule holds, it holds, it holds, it holds. We get to God. No, not it. God, it doesn't apply to God. Like the standard doesn't apply to God always when you're having these conversations. Like they put him outside of space and time, outside of not even logic holds against God because God is the arbiter of all logic. So God is the constant exception to all logical principles for them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when I sometimes, for example, in Diva, we're having the conversation like what persuaded you to believe this information is accurate, they say, well, the evidence. The evidence. What is the evidence? The evidence is clear. Okay, but what is the evidence? It's everywhere. Okay, but what is the evidence? Look at the trees. Look at the universe. It couldn't come up by itself. It had to be made by a creator, a mind. Look at the resurrection of Jesus. Look at the 500 witnesses.
Mm.
I probably have done attempts to take the conversation about the believer, but man, people get upset. Why are you talking about me?
I find the most success in the Bible. That's why I still read and learn and educate myself in that in early Christianity. So I find the most success is in when people begin to accept that the Bible is not completely accurate or univocal or that it has contradictions. When they can break inside of themselves that this has mistakes and they realize that it has mistakes, then they're more open. They don't have this sense of pious perfection inside of their text. When they can get rid of that, they have at least malleability that they can see I might be wrong on this.
Well, I think it was last week when I did the live stream about the problematic with Quran and the Bible, and I brought up the Exodus 21 and also brought Surah 24, I think it was. I remember a God believer in the Bible saying something, well, it was something at the time, the slavery and stuff like that. But when it came to the Quran, yeah, that's wrong. That's not God, conveniently. It applies to the Quran, but not to the Bible.
Yeah, that goes back to I remember the guy doing the verses on the street that he was hitting people and reading verses from the air quote Quran, and he's like, "What do you think about these?" Well, that's just completely immoral. That's just wrong. That's the problem with their religion. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, this comes from Exodus so and so, and then their look on their face is just fucking befuddled. Like they don't even know how to respond. They haven't read the book enough to know it. And then when they already agreed that this is bad, oh, but this is from my book. Like they don't, the cognitive dissonance, you can see it. They don't know how to deal with it.
Well, that's one thing my parents fixed me against. They had me read Exodus as a kid, so I was never surprised about what was in there.
Or may you read it for reading it, the Bible, or to see how crazy it was?
Oh no, they were fundamentalist Christians. It was because it was true.
Read the Bible for your morals.
Especially Exodus 21.
All of it. Like, yeah.
Well, I noticed something very interesting today. The vertical stream only has one person, and the horizontal has.
That's me, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, they just.
And the horizontal has 11 people. That has never been the case. I don't know what's going on. Today I did something different. Also, I started the live stream earlier without showing myself. So I don't know if that changed something. I'm noticing certain things about the YouTube algorithm. You do something different, and the live stream reacts differently. For example, if I leave the live stream running 24 hours without me, that changes something when I do the live stream next time. So I'm trying to take notes about these things. Seems to me there's something about the algorithm that, someone as a creator have to pay attention.
Sure.
Fridays, I also noticed before this last Friday that Fridays are almost empty all the time. Not was the case on Friday. I don't know what made the difference. I don't think it's the title. I don't know. Trying to be aware of this.
Yeah, I think trying to figure out the algorithm is a fool's errand. The algorithm is, I don't know. There could be certain words, certain combinations. There's no telling what's going on with it. But I'll say this: maybe your timing did have something to do with more PC users than mobile users.
Yeah. I gotta see the statistics. Sometimes I check it to see who's watching what. And also got more goodies open from YouTube as far as the making money part, getting gifts and stuff like that. I don't know.
Good.
I still gotta understand this YouTube thing.
Yeah.
I don't see as much believers today either.
Yeah, I noticed that.
They're saying 98. They're saying
They wore 'em
98.
down.
They're saying 98 is Jesus Christ or something here on the Discord.
Live for Christ on the Discord.
Yeah, before I started the stream, I look at some of the conversations. I'm like, man, there's some dude there giving everybody a hard time. And
yeah, there's a guy that's pretending to be a famous evangelist, and he's saying he's pretending to be a famous evangelist and saying he's just a con man and doesn't believe any of it. But he's just trolling.
I don't know
He's
why
not. He's not.
anybody would engage in a conversation with him. I think it's a waste of time, but I don't know. Probably I'm considering blocking the guy. I already blocked him myself for my server here.
Oh, he's on your Discord server actually. It's that Michael Koulianis guy.
No.
Doesn't like me very much because I call him out on his BS.
King David. Faith before sin, I think, is Esh Kodesh.
Yeah, I think so.
Esh Kodesh was on the LGBTQ parade. I saw his live stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I tried to say hi sometimes to his live stream, but he put himself out there, man. Dangerous situations.
Huh.
No.
King David, the problem is he's misrepresenting his position. He's misrepresenting himself. If he's coming from an atheist or agnostic position, then he needs to say that and not act like he's an evangelist that's
Oh, Michael.
sitting
Yeah.
on-
Yeah, I agree. Well, Michael Koulianis is like a famous evangelist. He's like he has a mega church or something.
Right. This is clearly
he-
not him.
Yeah, it's clearly not the real guy.
I heard I seen some people making videos saying that he's a scam. The real Michael Koulianis.
Is he? I mean, I have no doubt that the real guy's a scammer too. What I don't believe is that the real guy is coming into your Discord with a Discord account that was made 2 weeks ago.
Come on, man, you're not buying that?
I heard a little bit of one of his whatever sermons or presentation, and I'm like, man, this guy is crazy. The real one, because he's showing his face on a presentation.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of crazy. I don't know this guy, but I remember. I don't know if y'all know Ruffalo Dollar.
Yeah.
The one that did.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's the one that said the people that are not paying their tithes, they're robbing God. We should get them up here with an Uzi, line them all up.
Oh,
Did you see? I was like, oh my, Creflo Dollar.
Creflo
Yes.
Dollar.
Creflo Dollar.
$50,
That's the one.
yes.
All right, man.
He's the one that has his own private jet.
Yeah.
They are into prosperity gospel.
Yeah. If I want to believe God for a G5, you can't stop me. Hallelujah.
So this crazy thing about God being real, man, I don't know how to take it. TXDAB. I read something about TXDAB too on Discord. I leave my Discord on, but I don't get to it. Sometimes before I do a live stream, I try to read a little bit, see what's going on. But most of the time I don't have time to engage in writing conversations.
I tell you
Yeah.
what I would love to see happen one day is I'd love to see some of these oneness people. I think faith before sin is oneness. I'd love to see them have conversations with these Trinitarians and maybe put that on a stage. I'd love to talk about the Trinity versus this oneness thing. I love this conversation.
Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity. The Trinity, I think, is just a holistically fabricated into the text. I think most of modern critical scholarship is now seeing that this has slowly but surely been swindled and interpolated into the text.
Oh,
that will mean that Jesus is made up too.
No, not that Jesus is made up. Just that it wasn't the original Christian ideal. That the Trinity, as far as like Jesus being a God character to start with, like John might be closer to saying or comparing him with divinity, but even then, it's like Ephesians, I think, does it best, that there's one Lord, one faith, and one baptism, one flesh and one spirit. So it just sees, I think the early Christians just saw Jesus as a vessel, the first Adam, and the Spirit of God was inside of him. So the ideal that, but now they're like, no, Jesus was before all of this. He's an eternal thing that is forever, but somehow is still the Son, because the Son and the Father being the same infinite age makes complete sense to them for some reason.
There's something about the Trinity that caught my attention a little bit because some level, in some way, this Father, Holy Spirit, and Son reminds me of thought, feel, and action. Coincidentally, action comes in a physical way, like the Son. But the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit is something that you feel. The Father is something that always in your mind, your thoughts. I'm not saying that definitely something there, but I see a little bit of similarity with something.
I think all of it could be wrapped up to a cup and water. The early Christian doctrine was probably, I think, more like that. The Spirit of God was inside of the person. What was the text that said, "In Him dwelt all the fullness of the Godhead bodily"? I think that was the early position. I think we've even had, I'm trying to think the gentleman's name that was a Catholic scholar that said that he didn't think Mark or Matthew or Luke knew anything about the Trinity, that the writers had no concept of it whatsoever. And I think that's completely the case. I don't think any of the early churches, I'll go one further and say none of the early church leaders had any concept of it.
No, I think we have it pretty documented when it was developed, as far as the Trinity was.
Yeah, but they think that it's revealed like secrets inside of the text, which is primarily artifacts of translation. Like there are artifacts of not understanding the original language or the culture. So they've slowly but surely, but I'm seeing something here. This is like there's these things are separate entities. Or you have terminologies like Him being called Lord or represented as the I am, and they're just not understanding the ideal of divine name, or a name being in someone, or someone being imbued with the position or title or authority of. Like in the name of the King, that doesn't mean the guy reading this is the king.
It doesn't?
No, apparently not.
Wow. I thought the king always went around the country reading his decrees
own
to
stuff.
everyone.
He opens up the scrolls and says, "In the name of me."
But yeah, so yeah, TX Dap, he and I had a pretty good conversation the other day. He gave me his testimony. It was very poignant.
What happened to TXDAP the other day? Came yelling and screaming at the Discord for surprise.
Well, after we calmed down, we had a good conversation.
I know that.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just to say, hearsay said this is why the Gentiles were grafted in. Well, I mean, the Gentiles were grafted in because one woman come begging for her child. And, before that, Jesus' position was in Matthew, Mark, and in Luke. It was that he came to save the Jews. He was only here for the Jews. And then this one lady makes some one-liner, is like, but aren't even the dogs, don't they get the crumbs from the master's table? And then boom, Jesus totally changes his mind. Like everything's changed. We're like, we're going to save Gentiles too now. But originally just here for the Jews. And he called the others, like filthy dogs. So it's kind of a weird story.
And I don't remember that story being in the Bible at all. But.
Yeah, what? You don't remember the woman that cried for her, I think it was her daughter that was sick, and he said that he's not come here for the Gentiles. And maybe it wasn't the Gentiles was the word there. Do you remember the section about food from the master, or crumbs from the master's table?
Man,
the woman being called a dog, basically, or her people are dogs.
I mean, if it's in the Bible, I read it, but I was not reading critically, so I may have imposed my own interpretation on it at the time.
As we do. It's in Matthew 15 and 26. It's a Canaanite woman, which is Gentile, who asked Jesus to heal her daughter. Jesus initially declines, stating, "It is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs." He basically called all of the Gentiles dogs.
Well, okay. Well, no, she was Samaritan, right?
I'm sorry, I already closed it. I mean, all of it was Gentile. It was all just
Oh, she was
categorically
Canaanite.
Canaanite.
Okay.
That's it, Canaanite. But even before that, when Jesus is talking to the apostles, that he says to go to the Jews, that to go to the house of Israel. It was to skip
Yeah.
over the Gentiles. So it was all salvation for the Jews. Originally was the plan. Is the way the text reads anyway. But then this one woman seemed to be the one that changed the mind of Jesus. And now everyone's saved because of this one woman. So now y'all know who to truly pray to and thank. It's not Jesus. It's Canaanite woman who come up with a one-liner of even the dogs get the crumbs. It changed everything.
Wow, interesting. Fix that about the woman at the well. I don't think this is a conversation. But what you're saying?
It's two
No,
different
that's a
women
different.
at the well.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
different.
I don't know which one he's referring to. He might be referring to in the yeah, assumably he's referring to one in the Bible, but there's also one in a non-canonical book of the woman at the well that misidentified Thomas as Jesus. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, Phantom. It's
No,
non-canonical.
I've never read any non-canonical.
It's a Gnostic text, but
yeah,
they
I would be surprised if he's referring to anything
yeah, I
that's
would be
not in.
too. I would be too, but it also happened to happen at a well. The story.
Maybe he's talking about Rebecca.
Hersey
No,
98
Rachel.
wrote Romans 11, Gentiles were grafted into the spiritual olive tree of God's family because the original branches, unbelieving Israel, were broken off due to their rejection of Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Robert. It happened in Romans 11. That's when it
it happened post Jesus in a letter. I got it.
Yep.
He was also a Gentile. Okay.
I think the whole thing's post justification. I think that there's absolutely no text whatsoever that in any way, shape, or form suggested that Jesus was going to die or that the Messiah was going to die of Old Testament. There's nothing that suggested that. It's just that after they killed the guy, people have to post justify why this very supposedly powerful individual just got killed like this. So now it's like, well, it was for our sins. It was to fix everything. But I think there's no Old Testament text to this. They misunderstand Isaiah 53. Jews understood this correctly for a very long time. They just imbue all of these things with, oh yes, this was talking about Jesus coming and paying the price.
So no prophecy?
No. It's why the Jews didn't accept it. They were like, no, dude, no way. This is not about what this was about at all.
So do you think Jesus was a real person?
That's I mean, was it likely based on a real person? I still think yes, that's the case. Probably two people, maybe even more. One of the people I think it's largely based on is Jesus ben Ananias, which we see in the writings of Josephus, where he talks about Benanias basically calling out that Jerusalem was going to fall and that things were going to change. And then they beat him with the whip, but he wouldn't change his position at all. I think Jesus ben Ananias was anthropomorphized into this character, but I think there was probably somebody else that made this story happen. And the only reason I mention that is I think I'm largely convinced by the embarrassment problem of him being born a Nazarene rather than in Bethlehem. I mean, they did a drive-by birthing to try to make him match the story, right? They're like, oh yeah, they were just going by. Boop, she popped the baby out, and then they left by. But that wasn't in Mark. Like Mark didn't do that, nor did John do that. Neither one of those, had him there. Luke and Matthew did. Oh yeah, he was born in Bethlehem, but they were just passing through. But I mean, the Jews were like, no, this is not going to cut it. He was supposed to be born like the house of David. He was supposed to be raised up in Bethlehem, and they didn't. And then John even covers the conversation some that people are arguing whether he was from Bethlehem or from Nazareth. So even John is pointing out the problem because it's obviously was a very early Christian argument. Was this dude from Bethlehem or from Nazareth? But if you're going to make a character up whole cloth, you don't create this problem. You write it from the get-go. Yeah, this dude was born in Bethlehem. I think the reason that they fixed it is it's likely from a real person.
Robert, just pointing out here, Big Nick in the chat, he says Jesus predicted his own death.
Jesus predicted his own. Okay, all right.
There you go.
Enough said. Open and shut case.
How long before he predicted his own death?
Well, Mark was the first one written, and it was 40? 70 AD is where scholars put that. So about 40 years after Jesus died, it was first written on paper that he predicted his death. Only 40 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Open and shut case.
But they knew exactly word for word what he said.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
No question.
I mean, they already knew what he said to the devil when they were out in the wilderness, and it was only Jesus and the tempter, right? They knew what his prayers were even there. So why wouldn't they know everything that was ever said?
Mm-hmm.
So Big Nick says, dude, those does all sorts of miracles. You guys aware of any miracles that Jesus did?
Yeah. I mean, I've heard many claims of the miracles, but
yeah.
Mark, I think Matthew's the one that doubles every miracle, right? He's the one that's like, yes, twice. Like Mark has a story where someone got their eyes healed. Luke has a story where they got their eyes healed. Matthew's like, yes, 2 times. There was another guy also, and he healed those eyes too. It's like every story, like Matthew's twice. That happened twice. He even does Matthew's trying to rectify the 2 texts, right? So one says a donkey, one says mule. I think Luke says mule. Maybe I have that backwards. And then Mark says donkey, and Matthew's like, yep, he rode into town on a donkey and a mule. Like he's just like, no, just put both of them in there. So he's a trip. Whoever wrote Matthew is just double everything.
Well, Big Nick can't believe that you don't buy it.
Well, I'm sorry.
You're not finding emotional value in that information?
I'm just not finding the emotional value, I guess. But I don't know, maybe if there was, I don't know, an external document not written by the religion that wanted this thing to be true, like maybe a Roman document or something that validated this thing, maybe that would be a zinger. Maybe that would get her done. But it's all internal written from people who are trying to make a religion work, I
mean, my latest thing is I struggled with this for a long time about, people would ask me, hey, what would convince you? What evidence would convince you? And it's like hard because like there really isn't any evidence that would convince me. But I realized, okay. But it's not about the evidence. I'm looking for a method. You give me a method and I'll follow it. But you got to give me that method.
A method for proving God existence? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it can't be empirical because we have empirical methods and they just can't prove non-empirical claims.
Right.
So, but you give me a method to falsify non-empirical claims reliably and non-arbitrarily, I'll be happy to follow it. I'll take it to whatever conclusion it goes to.
Yeah. And it's a way to put it inside of the falsifiability camp, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't have a way to get it in that camp, like what the hell do you do? I mean, how do you accept this?
So you're saying that there's absolutely no possibility that God will convince you that he's God via your
Well,
emotions?
I mean, certainly a personal experience would be overwhelming. A convincing personal experience is by definition convincing.
Yeah, by definition.
So if you
Well,
go
that's
to a retreat, a 3-day retreat, and I don't know, the priest or the pastor or whoever says, God is gonna be here tonight and he's gonna touch your heart and he's gonna give you a new heart, and suddenly you start crying and feeling wonderful and feeling great. God is touching your heart. That would not be convincing for you.
Well, I mean, I've had those experiences, but I mean, as a little kid, I could say, oh, well, I mean, this is obviously because they're crafting this emotional experience in me. It's not God.
yeah.
It's these people doing this to me.
You wanted it.
Emotionally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I never did get the experience and say, oh, this is God. It was always, well, it's the music or
Oh, I
it's the way
did. I did. I bit the hook all the way, 100% committed.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's weird to me because like I would always clock it as like emotional manipulation, but I still believed. Like I still believed God was real and did things. I just like, but it was more abstract. Like I believed God did things,
yeah.
but you said God did this thing. I was like, God didn't do that.
Mm.
Were you at a moment in your life pretending?
I was never pretending. I always felt like I truly believed. But as I've grown up, what I've not as I've grown, as an adult, when I've started like actually listening to Christians and listening to what they say, what I've come to realize is, what I was saying when I would use the language that Christians use, what I meant was not what Christians mean. And so like I would say I'm saved and I believe in Jesus and I believe in all this stuff.
Say the words. You let Jesus into your heart.
Yeah.
And repent for your sins.
Well, it's not that. When I would talk about the emotions I'm feeling and the status of my belief and what that is, I would use the same language. And I thought they were saying the same thing I was, but the concepts in my head were not the same concepts that they have. And so like if you talk to me, I would sound like a Christian. And I heard them and I thought I was saying the same things, but I was not.
Give me an example.
Man, I don't know. It's been so long, but
Backslider. You'll
I
come
know.
back.
Probably. I don't know. It's been so long. I just remember. I mean, I would use the language, but now that like so by the time I was like 10, I was a deist because it was never my intuition that there's anything like actively controlling the world. And like well, here's an example. Here's a specific example. The first time I heard about NDEs, and I don't remember how old I was. It was elementary school sometime. And I was at I think I was at a revival service.
Your NDEs, your near-death experiences you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And the guy on the stage, who wasn't our normal pastor, he started talking about all NDEs and gave some examples. And like, I thought he knew he was talking BS. Like he didn't actually, that they weren't actually NDEs, because like, it just sounded like a dream to me. Like someone had a dream. And I was like, well, we know people have dreams. So obviously that's what it was. And it wasn't until I was like in my 30s and I heard people, as an adult, I heard people using NDEs as evidence that I was like, oh, no, they actually do believe this. Like I thought they were just, I didn't really know why they were talking about it, but I didn't think they thought it was serious.
Yeah, you didn't really deconvert, man. You swam back in from the shallow end, man. Some of us come from the deep end of the pool.
Oh no,
okay?
I agree with you. Like if today, if you asked me if I was ever a true Christian, I would say I was not.
Okay.
I don't think I was, because I just didn't. I had a different belief set, and I just thought I had the same belief set. So
I got you.
Like, I would never say I was a true Christian. I would say I believed in the Christian. I believed in the Bible, but I believed in an interpretation that most Christians would find heretical
Yeah.
in some way.
Maybe it was just a less fundamentalist position. But as to your thing about evidence, the thing is, it's strangely enough, like everything that was genuine evidence in the Old Testament, like any single one of them, I would take. Like, what we fail to remember is all of the Old Testament has all these physical things that happens. Like it describes God coming down and his foot touching on Mount Arad, right? The Red Sea being split in half, right? And then walking through it. It has pillars of fire coming down and stopping the armies, or the pillar of fire that came down when when the prophets were talking to, I can't remember if it was Elijah or whatnot, and they were like, "My God's real," and the fire come down and slurped up all the stuff on the altar.
That was Elijah and the prophets of Baal.
That's exactly the one. So there's all of these physical things that are regularly described. The burning bush that didn't, like a lot of people now in apologetics will be like, well, this is more, symbolic. But the more fundamentalist people, they'll be like, no, this is real. This is like everything. This physically happened. And like if these things physically happened, all of these would be sufficient for me. The problem is now that cameras came out, these things don't happen now. So since we're in an age of technology and accountability, and we're not just writing about something that is in legend, we're writing about it 200 or 300 years later, like, oh yeah, no, this totally happened. But we're actually wanting to observe it inside of our lifetime, then, oh no, these things don't happen anymore. It's a change in dispensation.
In your case, Robert, you said that you like really believe at one moment in time.
Oh yeah.
What was the strongest emotional experience that you had, and what was the part that you start to stop believing? What happened?
It wasn't about emotion as much as the deconversion. It was my emotional attachment to the proposition that I wanted the truth. Like when I moved from a place of I can't, whatever model I think is true of God, I can't know God in of itself, so to speak. I can't know God directly. I only have what's here in the text and the experiences that I have. There may be things that I don't understand about God. So I have this idea of that if something's true, if there's something that is true, but it's against what I presently believe, do I accept that true thing, or do I accept this thing that I presently believe? And like if they're in battle with one another, and I generally, when I ask this to a theist, I ask them, would you rather have the truth or have your version of God? And most of them, they have this dissonance that's so hard they won't even answer the question. They'll say, well, God is truth. They're inseparable. And they'll do this bit where they won't answer the question that I prefer truth over what I think God is. They won't answer it. But I got to the place where I did answer it, and I said yes, and that was the beginning. That I wanted the truth. Oh, would you rather the truth or your version of what you think God is? And when I decided I'd rather the truth, like the truth is more important. There was almost a dare I say an anthropomorphic shift in me that like the truth was more important than even this iconic character of God that I had in my mind. It was more important that I know the truth. Like there you go. You see in the side chat, God is truth. Perfect example of the cognitive dissonance. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's not a willingness, like even if God is truth, your version of what you can see and know of God isn't the fullness of that category of truth, right? It's just what you think about God. So really what you're saying is when you say God is truth is everything that I think God is, that's true. It's nonsense is what it is. It's just digging in your heels deeper.
Wouldn't it be the same thing because both truth and your idea of God coming from the same book?
Right. No, that's the thing. Truth needs to be an external validation, and that's when I started reading the philosophy a little more. I got into epistemology, and it was like, what are the methods of concluding truth unbiasedly? Because bias is always a thing. It always puts its finger on the table. So how can you eliminate bias as much as possible to get to a method of coming to a conclusion, as Phantom mentioned earlier? And that was more, okay, I got to put away my biases on this subject and try to understand what the truth is unbiasedly. And I guess that was the beginning. Well, at first it happened, I guess, whenever I seen some biblical contradictions, and particularly some problems with the Trinity being injected into text. I started reading the Codex Sinaiticus and studying it very early on.
So when people say that they know the truth or they know that God is the truth, what do you think they're really saying?
That they want God to be true. That's what they're saying.
They're very convinced.
Right.
It's about confidence, not
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's about an increase in confidence. And there's not, I mean, how can you be more confident than saying X is Y? Y is the desired, Y is truth. No, X and Y are the same thing. I mean, this is maximal confidence. God is truth. The thing that I just believe is definitionally truth.
Do you think we're going back to this theory that I have that the confidence ends up feeling good?
Oh, sure. I would agree with that.
I was saying these things that God is truth, God is my Lord, God is my Savior. It's all with the purpose of aligning what they believe, and that makes them feel good.
Yeah. Again, it's all a net thing, and what you have your values in. Like, you can slowly but surely shift your values. If your value is what makes me feel good is that I'm most in line with, I know the most amount of true things and the least amount of false things, I hold them to be. If that's a value and you commit yourself to that value, then that'll begin to change, the way you process information.
Big Nick is writing here, God is truth. If you value truth above all things, you would agree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Big Nick is very much that kind of guy.
Yeah, no, we get it.
Something else is your God. What is your God, Robert and Phantom?
That's a silly question. It's just a silly question. I don't know why people do this anthropomorphic thing. I guess it's a way of internal retention. But what's weird, and I want to let every theist really know this, if you have these most important things in your life, and let's say you put God and maybe your wife, then your children, or maybe your children, then your wife, and then your job, and then these other things, like you'll have this priority list of values, and you might have God as like first place. And if you remove God from first place, everything else is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. It just means that now whatever was number 2 is just number 1 definitionally. There's nothing that's changed. Now I pray to and beg to my wife or children. No, they have the same status that they had before.
I find it interesting that the Big Nick, after writing God is truth, if you value truth above all things, you would agree. Something else is your God. Example, self. Yeah, interesting. I think you love something else more than truth. The way I see things is that the Big Nick is only focusing on himself and what he feels. This is nothing to do about a God.
Yeah, one of the arguments Big Nick makes a lot, I've seen him make it several times, is that because he values truth as number 1. And everyone else may put family or love or something else above truth, but his number 1 value is truth. Therefore, what he believes, because his number 1 value is truth, everything that he believes is the true thing. Because otherwise, he would not believe it, because he values truth over everything else. And it's like, well, that's not how that works. I'm sorry, dude.
So I think in the way I understand things is that when he said that God is the truth, what he's saying is the truth feels good. God feels good to him.
Yeah.
So
it's not an external critique of finding the truth, though. It's not like we generally think of truth like there's external information that we could test or validate and say, okay, the X is true. What's on the other side of this wall, for example? I walk around the wall, I can see what's on the other side, then I know what's on the other side. His is more of a declarative sentence of what is on the other side. Well, walk around and check. No, I don't need to walk around and check. Like, I know that's what's over on the other side. And this is what his truth thing is. It's he's not getting an external validation of it. He doesn't create a criteria for accepting a thing as truth. He starts with X is true. I need no criteria for the proposition. So it's begging the question all the way around.
So now he writes, the Big Nick, the truth doesn't feel good, Javier. You effing simpleton. So for him, God, you don't feel anything about God. He has no feelings towards God.
It's so silly. He knows.
No, he hates God, actually. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously.
ask him if he wants to go to heaven, and then it's like, yeah, okay, all right, there we go. Like, you want X.
Yeah, speaking truth gets you attacked. That doesn't feel good. You know, the Big Nick, yeah, for right now, I don't know. I don't feel anything about your comments. I'm just taking it as, content or letting other people that there's some people that believes in God and that they lie to themselves, fool themselves, enjoy being in ignorance. That's why probably some people say that there's bliss in ignorance. Hey, Crypto.
Yeah.
What's up? How's the god of epistemology going?
Now you can say it very clearly, Crypto epistemology.
Nah, I just muted my mic because the wind blows pretty strong here on the coast. So.
Okay.
Beautiful full moon though tonight.
Yeah. You on the Mississippi coast?
Nah, I'm down here in Texas on the Galveston.
Ah, okay. I got you. I'm not too far from you. I'm from Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, way over there. I think the next stop after the next doctor visits for my dad is to go down and watch the rockets blast off down close to Brown.
Gotcha.
So that's interesting. The Big Nick. That's probably exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, even an attempt to engage in a conversation. Just, I mean, you're expressing your feelings. Pretty much is quite obvious.
Feelings.
Yeah, we're not talking about a God. We're talking about your feelings. One of the things that I get a lot is people trying to get to to my feelings, to feel bad. I think most people, most believers, I think consciously or unconsciously, they know this. They know how this game plays. And one of the things I always try to attempt is to, make me feel bad, like get me into a negative state. Probably to try to discourage me from talking about what I'm talking, because what I'm saying makes them get into a negative feel state. So they're trying to push back in order to get themselves to move into a positive feel state in a very silly way.
Yeah. So what's always been weird to me, like, people try to make the argument that you believe the proposition, you just don't want to do it because you're greedy or you want X. The reason this is so, to me, completely illogical is
you know that God is real. You know that God is real.
Right. But I this is an internal retention thing. It's a way to retain their internal group. It's to say, oh yeah, they know that X is true. They're just upset or they're mad or they don't want to live by this, that, or the other. But what seems so silly about it to me is, like, if we accepted X as true, the amount that we would have to give up, most of us, is almost nothing. Like, I don't do anything that I would have to give up. It's all gains for me. Like, I don't do drugs. I drink maybe a beer a month. In large part, I don't use profanity. I rarely ever do. And I've never been unfaithful to my wife. I only know one woman. Like, there's nothing that I would have to give up. and I get into heaven. And even if all that I have to change is a minor sacrifice, this would be like someone coming up to me and saying, if you give me one of your right shoes, I will give you a mansion and $10 million. No one in their right mind would not take this deal unless they just believe it's not a real deal. Like if they believe the guy that's on this street corner, like, hey, just give me your shoe, I'll give you all. If they don't believe this guy is telling the truth, it'd be the only reason they wouldn't take this deal. Otherwise, the deal's amazing. Like you get eternity for heaven, and all you got to do is love Jesus and go to Sunday if you school or go to church. This is nothing. The sacrifice to the reward ratio, it's ridiculous to not do it. The only reason people don't do it is they don't believe it. It's not convincing.
Not even believers. What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying they act as if the reason that people don't do it is because they want to stay in sin.
Okay.
Like even if you give up these minute little sin things, okay, it's what you have to sacrifice for what you gain. If their story is true, it's just the best deal you could ever make. It's like giving up your shoe for a mansion. So no, it's completely illogical. That's not why people don't do it. They just don't believe it.
But Robert, they are so convinced. How could you not believe it?
Well, people be convinced about stuff, man. What's weird is they do the same trick in movies. They've done it in cinema forever. I don't know if you've noticed it. I read about it a little bit in a book I wrote. That if you've ever watched Christmas movies, every Christmas movie has this theme. They do, like if you do the Santa Claus with Scott Calvin, the father, he's just repressing his inner child. He was upset because he didn't get the Oscar Mayer whistle. Do you remember what the scene I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So he was just angry with Santa. That's why he didn't believe. Miracle on 31st Street does it. The one with the guy with the mustache, I can't think of his name. He does in the old beef what's for dinner commercials. I can't think of the Christmas movie, but all of these classic Christmas movies.
Sam Elliott?
Yes, Sam Elliott, the one with where he had the little girl. And Sam Elliott, he didn't believe in Santa because he was just upset, he was jaded and all. But they do this thing for children for a retention. So if they want the children to keep believing in Santa, what they do is they explain away why the adults don't believe is because they're upset or they're jaded. And then the children hear this and they're, oh, that makes sense. That's why my older brother or my cousin or this, that, and the other doesn't believe. It's just an internal consistency thing to keep you believing and explain why others don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me.
It's a psychological trick, and they love it. They eat it up. Pastors do it all the time. They know that God is real. They just won't see it in their heart.
So if you ever have a discussion with a believer or you get into a little debate, if you don't mind, what are you trying to achieve a goal?
Depends on the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really does.
Are you trying to get the other person to understand something, open their mind, change their mind?
I guess
Go ahead, Robert.
No, I've been talking a lot. Go ahead.
Personally, I'm rarely trying to change people's beliefs. I don't care too much about what you believe. It's like I said earlier, I am trying to, I like people to use good epistemology. If you use good epistemology, I'm fine with what you do, because bad epistemology leaves you open to all kinds of problems down the road. And
yeah,
and that's kind of what I would prefer.
Yeah. There's no proposition that you can't come to if your method of coming to a conclusion is bad. Like if you have a bad methodology of coming, like you can come to any of them. It doesn't just need to be Jesus. You could have come to Muhammad.
Right.
You could have come to flat Earth. You could be in that flat Earth circle. If you're using just bad methodology of coming to your conclusions.
You said, Robert, that you live in Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that also Louisiana being invaded by Muslims or from Somalia?
couldn't tell you. I hadn't seen any.
Texas Indians.
Yeah, I haven't seen any. I think generally when we hear terms like invaded, this is just hyperbolic conversation from political
I know.
talking heads.
I have
I
seen
know
the
he gets invaded by plant workers.
no, I have seen the videos.
Invaded?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
When you're
there are entire towns that you don't see a single white guy.
I haven't seen these.
New
Sorry,
Jersey? Texas? You guys are not aware of this?
Laredo and areas like this, they have a very high Spanish population, especially the working areas around docks and stuff in Laredo. Other than that, I really haven't seen what you're talking about.
Man, let me this. I'm surprised you guys don't know about this. This is like
I mean-
they're starting to be like UK. There's places that you cannot go there. Let me show you.
Yeah, here in Texas, I think Texas is one of the biggest states that actually have a lot of Muslims moving in.
New Jersey. So I mean, I will dare to use the word invaded. And the worst part is that the politicians are like, come on, come in, welcome, you're welcome.
Inside top view, there's a dedicated.
Hopefully I don't get flagged again. Oh, a little bit of There's some kids doing documentaries about this. They take cameras and they show what are the towns are looking like.
Keep in mind, 10,000 people could come into a state with, almost 5 million population. 10,000 people are nothing. They're just nothing.
Oh, believe me, this is not 5,000 people.
Okay.
I mean, you gotta see these videos. These people take the cameras and they go to a town, and all the stores are like, from people from other countries. They don't speak English.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there are places. In New York, there's a Muslim right now. Teacher. Let me show this on the screen. I'm probably gonna mute it. Probably I don't get flagged that way.
All right.
Yeah, if it has music, I think that's how you get flagged a lot.
All right, it's on.
Or the audio could be copyrighted, but.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're playing it on the stream. Let me switch.
Yes.
Well, if it's muted, it won't matter either way.
Well, I can at least watch.
Right. Oh, I'm watching already on the stream. At
Oh.
least give the man a view. Come on, fan.
Well, okay.
This is New Jersey.
Mm.
Let me show Texas. You can see.
I mean, the camera jumps around a little bit here. I don't know how much all of this is New Jersey's filming. The reason I mention that is I understand that a lot of people are motivated for political reasons to make these videos. So I would love for the videos to be unbroken and we have a real statistical gathering for this, because I've seen many videos like the daycare one that was made that was just it was totally spoofed. There was a lot of tricks that were being done on it.
Well, not only that, but also there's never been a time. Well, I don't know that there's never been. There have been many times in U.S. history where you could go to an urban area and find nothing but a specific ethnicity.
Yeah, for an event or something else.
Well, no, just living there, like Little Italy, like Little China,
sure,
like
absolutely. That's
like
true.
all these are that's just a thing that happens.
Yeah.
Is we just like, hey, come here, come live here. We'll accept you, and so people do that. And of course,
Or here's the great trick: go out to a particular restaurant beside that restaurant. Like if you're going to a I don't know, an Asian food restaurant or a particular brand of food that's a very cultural food, go outside
Mhm.
of that restaurant and catch all the people coming out. Oh, well, they're all of this race. Yeah, yeah. That's a restaurant that draws them into that area.
Yeah. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's always been a thing, and the people who've been here for a generation or two are always upset about it. I mean, we
Yeah,
did what
that's
the
why.
Irish would.
Like I see these videos, and I mean, I live in Louisiana. I've traveled to many different states and cities. I've really never seen this kind of population thing that gets like this is clearly not the United States. What we're seeing right now.
I don't know. It looks pretty
This is
U.S. to
Texas.
me.
This is Texas. I have serious. Where is this located in Texas?
It's in the mosque.
Oh, oh well.
Oh no, it's not. That looks like a Hindu.
Oh, that's
temple.
Hindu. Yeah, that's Hindu.
I mean, I don't know what
I
to
don't
tell you,
know.
Robert. If you go into the Hindu temple, all you find is Hindus.
Hindus. Yeah. You go to a Hindu temple, you find a bunch of Hindus.
Yeah, the thing about Nick Shirley finding these scams to the daycare centers. I mean, I did more digging on that, and yeah, they were arresting people because of all kinds of scams. They are
Sure.
explaining how the scams work, and how people are being, turning into millionaires because of stealing taxpayer money, and they explain how they do it. So guys, I think this is how UK started. People are like, yeah, welcome in, stuff like that. But there's towns in UK you cannot walk in as a white person. Especially you cannot walk around with a camera.
I don't know. Like I said, I've yet to experience one of these locations myself.
You said you live in Louisiana, no? Let me
Yeah, I
double
live
check.
in Louisiana.
Yeah, was looking into this Louisiana. Let me see.
I mean, Louisiana is basically just a big swamp, Robert. So they probably don't want to live there.
That may be.
I haven't checked Louisiana.
Most of these people look where most money's spent, and they take advantage of those loopholes in our laws. So
I don't know. From everything that I've seen of what I just watched, like with these temples that look like $1 million temples and all of these restaurants and everything, if these are in Texas, it appears that they're very much involved in the economy. It appears that they're very much business orientated and that they're involved in the economy.
Well, yeah, but
but they're
Robert,
also backed by lots of money worldwide with agendas.
What does that mean?
This is Louisiana.
All right.
Mosques, churches offer help to immigrants. What did he say there? Abolish ICE?
I haven't seen it yet on the video. Maybe I need to refresh.
Yeah, this is Louisiana.
well, it's not showing up on the on.
Oh, I had to
there it
refresh.
is.
I lost a little bit of timing. Oh, it's probably in a mosque. Yeah, we have some mosque in Louisiana.
And here's another one from Texas.
We within, let's see, St. Tammany, I know, has 2 mosques in St. Tammany, which is I don't know what the population is. It's a very, very large population in St. Tammany. And they have 2 mosques. I don't know if Tangipahoa has a mosque. I don't know. I'm sure Jefferson Parish has 2. What's weird though is like every video you're
Is that-
showing me, like these people are working jobs or they have like all of this is just like I don't understand the problem. I'm not getting the issue with everything I'm seeing.
well, the problem is they have the wrong religion, Robert.
Oh, they have that's right. That's right.
the main problem, you know, guys, this is in Panama. Everybody knows, or pretty much everybody knows, they do circular businesses. So in the case of here in Panama,
Isolated.
they were accepting a lot of people from other countries, and the government, you know, in my opinion, okay, I'm gonna say in my opinion, was getting involved by whoever was in charge of immigration. They would make businesses. They had the money exactly that you would pay for each person coming in and getting the tickets to come in. So this is a real fast and a sure way to be a millionaire by getting people inside by the masses. Even if you charge $100 for each person that comes in, I mean, you let thousands and thousands of people a month. You made a great business.
If you want to talk about the economic problems with the U.S., I think I would look at the companies that are building data centers all over the country first.
Yep, we got that here too. Big old state we're in.
I would look at that before I looked at the immigrants. The companies that say carry around an empty soda bottle so you can pee because you're not allowed to take a bathroom break.
Yep.
Yeah, like those are a bigger problem to me than the immigrants. Is like Robert said, every one of those guys looked like they were holding down jobs, they were doing work, they're contributing to the economy in a productive way. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and yeah, I just like people are people either way to me. Like as far as religions, them coming in with religions, some of them it is very possible that they have more fundamentalist religions, but it's also very possible a lot of them are trying to escape from more fundamentalist religions too. Also,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
I mean, as long as they're comporting with the laws here, I prefer that people are here legally, but I also prefer there to be a proper way to gain legal citizenship or to a proper way to get in on work visas and whatnot. So I don't want everything to be so locked up, but I do want people to be here legally. I do want everything to be accountable.
So
I agree with you 100%.
So in Michigan, according to this video, they're hosting only entirely Muslim city government in U.S.
In Michigan. I noticed the little icon over here from the side that this is, I'm trying to think what's the name of this network. I've seen this network before. Is this an Indian network?
This is Al Jazeera.
Zero. Okay.
So I don't know. In my humble opinion, this is a problem.
Yeah, it's true.
That probably you have not been affected yet, but in countries like Germany, England, I mean, most people, England people, you know, from the countries originally, they're being pretty much, I don't know what the exact word would be, being like pushed out of their country.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all know this speech, but I don't have the audio, but I know this speech. This was the speech that he made about being a Catholic and that he felt like he had to clear the air because he didn't think that people were going to vote on him because he was Catholic and that people were making rumors that he was under the control of the Pope and this, that, and the other. So he was addressing the elephant in the room. He was the first Catholic president.
Mm-hmm.
So they're bringing.
My
Go ahead, Crypto.
my opinion on it is like in most cases, how would you take over a state, country, city, whatever? It's not by force. It's a slow population growth so that they can get into the government itself. That is the newer designs of wars, rather than just brute force.
So all states are beholden to federal laws, and all cities are beholden to state laws. So I mean, the problem is, like, even if these are very religious people, our First Amendment protects us clearly. It would strike down anything that they put in place that was respecting of
Yeah, but that could
establishment of
change
religion.
in about 100 years too,
Well,
if they
100 years.
infiltrate into the higher parts of the governments and into our court systems and change the law. See, laws can be changed.
Sure, but the people that are going to penetrate the highest levels are never dictated by religions. They're dictated by financial power. So we have billionaires and whatnot that are trying to push policies and change policies, and they stand far more of a chance of getting into these government positions than does someone because they're Muslim.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the mayor of New York, you know, who is Muslim, Madani.
Okay.
And that's one
Yeah.
step away from the White House. I mean,
Oh.
come on, you got to really think about it.
Oh no, a Muslim in the White House would be problematic, wouldn't it? I don't know. The thing is,
Well,
like,
was
I
Barack
think Christian.
Obama Muslim?
No.
I know he's a Christian. I mean, we know the church that he went to. We know everything about that way before he ever ran for presidency.
And in some cases, there's a lot of people that portray they're from a church, but on the
And
backside, what are
so-
they really?
sorry to interrupt you, Crypto. On the video that I'm showing on the screen, they're describing on the news all the fraud from Somalis they have found out in Minneapolis. This, in my point of view, in my opinion, these government officials, they know exactly what they're doing, and they keep this fraud going and running because the majority of voters are just ignorant.
But what's their end game? What's the chain of them gaining political power or money? Like, I mean, when we talk about things of a conspiratorial nature, and you don't have a direct relation to like their profitability and what's in it for them, there's a problem.
When you refer to what, Somalians in this case, or you're talking about
yeah,
government
you're-
officials?
Yeah, you're talking about government officials. What is their profitability here? Like, are you talking about Somali government officials?
In reference to American officials, from the States, I think it's money and keeping themselves in the positions by making businesses agreements with this population of Somalis.
So, how's the money there? I mean, by allowing people to come in, they're getting paid like to allow them to come in, or what are you talking
Yes, yeah. So basically, some of these businesses, how they work, if you give money to an immigrant, you're gonna give him some money, and you charge them some amount of money for them being. This is what I call circular businesses. That's one way. Another way is for these people to make businesses, and for example, like the daycare centers, but they never have any kids going in there, but they
Oh
get
my
them.
God.
They get the money.
I knew it was going to come around to the daycare thing. I don't know if you know this, but you might want to look into it. The person that did this daycare center recording thing that I mentioned earlier,
Nick
this
Shirley.
is just Nick. Yeah, this is widely debunked. Like there's reports on the subject, his motivations on the subject, what he was recording and what he was not recording, when the people were supposed to be there. He recorded right before many people were arriving. Like this was very much manipulated to look the way that it did.
Okay, Nick Shirley. Debunk. Daycare debunk. So in this, if this was debunked, why is the government officials investigating putting people in jail?
Well, I think you know why. We have an individual that has controlled every individual that's underneath him has very much pledged allegiance to him, or they're gone. Like we've seen the FBI kowtow to him, that the Supreme Court has to take up cases. I mean, the amount of commitment that he has had and the power that he has purged out to people that are completely loyal to him. As soon as he wants to go against, what's the guy that ran against him? What's the vice president for the last one? Phantom.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. What was it?
You're talking
The
about
vice
uh,
president for the last guy that ran against, or the last Kamala Harris's
Kamala Harris.
VP. Yeah,
Oh,
What about her?
I don't remember.
he's the gentleman that they tried to launch investigations on as soon as he spoke against Trump and all. They're trying to launch investigations directly against him. He's a political opponent, so it's a smear campaign that has started up and down.
Oh, you're talking about Tim Tampon.
Tim Walsh. Tim Walsh. We've seen him on screen since you've been playing this. We've seen him like 3 times. Everything that you've been seeing here is a lot of this has been launched against Tim Walsh.
Okay, let's. I'm gonna risk it, and then I'm gonna play the video with audio. Hold on.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this
There's
money
like a
spent
delay
on?
of about a minute.
1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia, like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the U.S. taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked.
Okay, so they have all the paperwork, all the proof, and that's how they're getting people convicted. They're not being deported. They're being put in the court, judge, and they find their proof that they're being guilty of doing fraud. Some of these guys don't even speak English, and they drive like luxury cars, and they trace how they make their money, and they can trace them to doing fraud.
Yeah, there's an article here from factcheck.afp that does a whole story on this Minnesota case. I just put the link in the description. Let's see if I can find another one. The problem of what was going on and what's being claimed on the video that's not true. Let's see if I can find another one here.
I mean, it just seems like, to me, you go to someone's parking lot and you hold up a paper and says, "Where'd the money go?" Or "What'd you spend the money on?" Like that.
Yeah.
No businessman would ever even talk to you if you did that. They just probably get you for trespassing.
So
here's another article.
In a way, I think this is like boxing or sports. These people talking other different language or different levels. The way people do businesses in positions of power in government, most voters do not understand. In my case, for example, I see a way of business by this governor letting people from other countries, lots of them, in order to create like a voting population that's going to vote for him. And in return, he gives them benefits.
Yeah, and no, I know what the claim is. I'm just saying that it's a proposition that is being made for politically motivated reasons that is not backed by the evidence. This is a YouTuber that is filming a lobby and making claims and saying, "Tell us where the money is, tell us where the money is." And that's all there's no meat here. There's a YouTuber that is doing some hyperbolic, show us the money, and then making claims to the camera. When you read the articles on this in the internal investigations, it's not what you think.
I think I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna leave it open. I'm gonna read
Yeah.
it. But I think the main purpose of what Nick Shirley was doing was to bring awareness to that. He was not going to prove anything there because pretty much all the daycares were closing their doors in their faces. But the purpose worked because then government went into investigation and then they found the fraud. And it's not.
So to be clear, it's a daycare. I do fire extinguishers for a living, and I have to for daycares. I have to have my own ID and have to be approved to get into the daycare. You can't just allow people in the daycare. So him trying to push into the daycare and not being allowed in the daycare says nothing except they're following state guidelines. You can't just go into a daycare.
Oh,
He
yeah.
didn't even have a child there.
No, yeah, that's understandable. But again, I don't think he was trying to get into the daycare. Even if just by bringing awareness with the paperwork that the other guy, I don't remember his name, was showing and asking questions, he was bringing attention in that direction for people to investigate and start digging.
Sure.
And there's people in jail right now, not deported, in jail for fraud. So I think that what he was trying to do, the purpose was achieved. That he did something that probably was not the best way to do it, I agree. But again, his purpose was to bring attention and awareness to that because the other guy was trying to bring awareness for years and nobody will listen to him. Now that Nick Shirley has millions of followers, people listen. So I think if we would have taken the proper ways to bring awareness to this, probably it would have taken 5 years to do it and nobody will listen. So he did it in a direct, improper way and it worked.
So on a quick search of this, of the 15 defendants, 12 were arrested on the raids on unrelated charges. So I think again, I really think you need to look into this better. This is when people have a particular flavor of YouTube channel, whether they have a hyper conservative thing, they're pandering to a particular group. And they may make these kind of things look real good, but when you get to the meat and potatoes of the arrest records and everything, it's not there what you think is there.
I'm gonna read this.
Yeah.
This could be a live stream. Talking about politics. It doesn't have to be religion only. But
Sure.
in the case of, for example, UK, do you think what's going on over there with immigration? You don't see any problems?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't followed any UK news.
You're not aware of all the killings, stabbings, harpings happening in groups?
I have not followed the UK news at all.
Wow.
I don't even know who the leader of their country is presently. Last I saw, Boris was in power. Then there was a shakeup, and I don't know who's even in power over there right now.
If you ever, Robert, consider in doing a little investigating on what's going on over there, make sure you have a bucket right beside you because you're gonna throw up. Just by people getting arrested because making forwarding memes.
Mhm.
Yeah, people getting arrested, and then someone are underage girl, and they are not in jail. That's how screwed up UK is right now, and you can see many news articles about what's going on in there. In Germany, Italy, Spain. I don't watch news, but sometimes when I have to do or when I do a research, I do go very in depth, and then double check with ChatGPT, and then go to Cloud, and then go back to some source like independent news people, and then also check news networks. I don't trust news networks, so I try to look like people with cameras going around and asking questions. I like that better because they are down there asking questions. And a lot of people are saying that U.S. USA is going the same route um, of not being the USA anymore. It's going to be something else, I don't know, in 10, 15, 20 years. Some people have names like little Somalia.
I mean, we had little Italy, little Ireland, little Tokyo, little China. I mean, we've all had lots of little places.
I think that little Italia compared to little Somalia, it's absolutely totally different cultures. Little
I would
Italia,
agree they're different cultures.
little Somalia.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, little Somalia is more a cultural of, like, in my view, like pirating, or this is not like a very productive country. They don't have a culture of, like, inventions and technology. No, 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 no. That's another research I have done. And these people, their culture, they're not going to assimilate the culture from USA or any other country. They're gonna create their own Somalia inside their countries, and they're gonna try to expand it as much as possible.
Sure.
In my point of view, this is the same as the religion. I think, in a way, Muslims wants to create Muslims out of everybody in the world, so they're gonna move into countries, and instead of fighting, and getting into wars, they're just taking countries. I think they found a very smart way to do this by buying politicians, making businesses with politicians, while citizens are just paying for it.
It's hilarious because the reason that I mentioned every church, anybody that you've seen here that's in church, they know that some sister church or something of theirs has an evangelist program, right? That they go into other countries and try to teach them about Jesus. Like, this is a very known thing, and I'm sure we
Yes.
had two churches that we supported that were in one was in Nigeria and one was in another country. They even did the Sheaves for Christ program, which was a big, I don't remember if the Southern Baptist Convention does it or what, but like they're proselytizing into other countries and trying to build churches is ginormous. Like the project of Christianity to try to save other people in other countries that aren't Christian. But what's weird is, like, this is totally cool and acceptable. But when we're talking about other countries trying to reach out into this other religions trying to reach out in America, like, this is a huge problem. I'm not quite getting it. I'm not quite getting why what's good for the goose is not good for the gander.
I think that the main subject will be, it was a while ago, I saw a documentary of Christianity, like pushing Christianity to Africans,
Yeah.
Africa, and Africans complaining because they say they were really Christian pushing it into
Yeah.
people, and people were rejecting it, and there was a lot of conflict because of that. So
Sure.
this happens everywhere. It doesn't matter which religion. Um, I don't think that probably Christianity is better than other religions. Now I'm gonna start defending
It don't happen in
religions.
the Jews. The Jews don't push theirs. I will say that of the Jews. Of anybody, the Jews never push theirs.
I
You got to
think,
push your way in.
yeah, I think religion, whatever religion is for me is a problem. It doesn't matter if it's Christianity, Muslim, or whatever. It's a problem because it's always the concept of you're not smart enough, so I'm gonna tell you how to behave and how to think.
Yeah.
It's always a
Hey,
problem.
I hate to hit y'all with this, but it's 10 o'clock and here, and I got to bail. It's good talking to you as always, Clearwater.
I will read
You,
the thing that you sent me. Okay, so
yeah, looking at it, it looks like there's a little truth amongst a lot of fiction. I don't. It does look like there's some truth. It's just it's shrouded in a lot of fiction and political rhetoric. But good talking to you. Good talking to you, Crypto. Take care.
thank you, Robert.
See you,
Appreciate it.
Robert.
I'm gonna leave this page that Robert sent me. Leave it open. January 7, 2026. So this is in relation to what happened in this investigation in Minnesota regarding the supposed fraud with the daycares. So I'll read it. Not right now, but I'll read it. I'll leave it open. Oh man, that's a conversation for another live stream talking about this. I don't know if we call it taking over or what. Oh, so who was it? Oh, Robert was sending videos also on Discord. Okay, I'm gonna watch that too. All right. So I guess we deviated a little bit to another topic. I guess a little bit because we're still talking in some way about religion. But I'm showing the slides or scenes from the presentation that I did at the beginning.
Oh, sure.
Hey Phantom, you're also not connected to what's happening in Europe.
I'll be honest. I don't pay that much attention to the news. It makes me angry at the world when I have to pay attention to the news because there's so much crap going on, and it's better for my mental health not to.
I understand. I try not to watch news because of these live streams. Sometimes have to do research, so I'm presented with information from other countries. I'm like, man, talk about politics sometime. Because of the presentation that I did about feelings and stuff like that, I think it happens with countries, also happens with politics. Hey, old boy, welcome to the live stream.
Is old boy here?
Yeah, he's
in the chat.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed, I was talking about the vertical and starting the live stream earlier. There was a bunch of people that watch the coming soon scene at the beginning, and I guess they scroll over that. Have 67 initial views. So I'm gonna take note of that.
Oh wow.
For next. Yeah. So people were like joining in and then I guess scrolling. So probably not to do that again. Oh, I'm always testing.
Mm-hmm.
And so definitely I have to do a live stream about politics and how countries are changing. I don't know. Phantom, I used to live in the States. And,
oh yeah?
Yeah. And actually I was born in the States. But
right on.
Yeah, so, I don't know. Are you from the States? Am I asking?
Yes, I am.
And I don't know. In my mind, I have this view on what USA is, and I don't know the association I have in my mind with white people, blue eyes, blonde. I always see that as a redneck American. And I don't know. That's changing drastically. I think the new American is going to be something else, probably some Somalia or something like that, in my point of view. This is expanding, and I think it's in right now, Trump has stopped it, but I have no doubt in my mind that if a Democrat gets a hold of the government, gonna be, I don't know. I'm probably being negative. This is gonna be another USA.
Oh no, like I've said earlier, we've always had immigrants. We've always had immigration, and every time we've had like a major influx of immigration, a major spike, the people around have been like, it's the end of our country, they're going to take over. But you know what? I look back and I see the results of it, and I'm like, if the results of that are what we get, I think I'm okay with it because I like where we're at now. Mostly, I mean, there's some economic things I have, but culturally, I like where we're at.
I think that there's a difference between letting people in a controlled way, that you know that where you can allow people to come in and where to assign them, like, you know, the states or towns and stuff like that. But when Biden was in power, I mean, I remember I couldn't believe it. The views of people running in you know, thousands, and Kamala Harris was like, remember to vote for me. I mean, it was absolutely obvious for anybody that was watching what was going on that they were trying to change the electorate of people voting, allowing immigrants to vote because they knew they were going to vote Democrat. So they were trying to flood all the Republican states, trying to change into Democrats and perpetuate Democrat power. I don't know. I try not to get too much into politics, but man, I always have to keep an eye on these things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's not. I all I hear is people worrying about widespread voter fraud, but I never see any actual data that there's widespread voter fraud. And someone who's living here on a visa, they can't vote. You got to be a citizen to vote. And so, like, if they were voting, that would be voter fraud. But since I don't hear about it, I just kind of think it's probably something that's a talking point that doesn't actually exist. And if they're citizens, they should be allowed to vote. That's the way our laws are set up.
I think that the most fraud is being done because of the mailed-in votes.
I mean, like I said, there's not there's no evidence of widespread fraud. I mean, it's not like there's no fraud. I'm sure there is, but systemic fraud is not a thing. And also, like, it's loading up an electorate tactically. Like, the Republicans are doing the exact same thing. They're gerrymandering their districts so that they can maintain their power. So, like, that's just as bad.
Who's doing that?
The Republicans.
How are they doing it?
Well, what you do is you, like, divide up the districts in such a way so that, like, you have a majority for your side in each district, instead of in a way that makes geographic sense or demographic sense. One guy, see if I can. If you have, I don't know. I can't. It's hard. It's easy to visualize. It's hard to describe. But you can divide up the land into districts one way, or you can in multiple ways. And if you do it so that you have a majority of your side in each district, you will win all the districts, even if you have to, like, sliver them around and extend them out so that in ways that don't even really make sense. But if you do it, you can make sure you get the majority in every district, and so you win every individual district. And it silences the people that are in or demographically in the minority. Like, if they were in their own district and they, like, geographically maybe they should be, but if you split them up into different districts, you know, they don't get a unified voice that they can actually speak, and that's a problem too.
Hmm.
I'm trying to see if I can find a diagram.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, this is all right. So here, let me share this with you.
David Martinez says it sounds like Clearwaters has been drinking the orange Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I saw that. All right, so here we go. So look at this diagram
That's
here.
funny.
This is from Wikipedia,
Hold on.
and it shows it. This right here. That is like this is the land, right? Now you can split it up this way, and you've got 2 districts that are yellow and 3 districts that are blue. But the yellows still get a voice because when they vote, they will get their person in. But you can also split it up this way, where each district there's more blues than yellows. So the blues win all 5 instead of just 3 of them. And that's called gerrymandering, and it's a big problem here in the U.S.
So you think the Republicans were doing that?
Yes, I do. I think the Democrats do it too when they're in power. But right now, the Republicans are in power, and so they're doing that. And
So I think the voting system right now, people can
They
manipulate it.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah. There's other factors that can go into manipulating the vote, but that's a pretty major one in my opinion.
Yeah. So I think we agree on that. I don't know if in the case of David Martinez saying me drinking the orange Kool-Aid, I think he's referring to Trump. Not exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah,
go
maybe
ahead.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, drinking the Kool-Aid is a reference to what was that group? Jamestown.
Yeah.
But the orange Kool-Aid might be a reference to Trump.
Yeah. That's why David Martinez don't fall for anybody. I think that's why that was one of the reasons I presented the new form of government on one of the live streams, because I don't think Trump is the solution either. We gotta find a new way to do government and just drop the blindly representation of supposedly a politician represent us. That doesn't work anymore. I don't care if it's Biden, if it's Trump, or anybody else. System right now, it seems to me you can manipulate it, and there are ways to cheat, even in my opinion, even with the voting system right now, the way it's set up. And as far as I understand, I could be mistaken, there are states that they allow people to vote without an ID. So it seems to me that there's another way that you can manipulate votes. If I'm not mistaken, there's people that have been to jail because of doing vote harvesting, which is, I think, is illegal in the States. And of course, and we all know about people voting with more than 100 years old, people that are dead already. That happens in all countries. Even here in Panama, I think it also happens. Go ahead, Phantom.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't think there's no fraud. I think there probably is, but I don't think there's widespread systemic fraud. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I think there's no proof right now. I think that we're investigating that and nobody has come up with a definite proof. But in my point of view, whenever you have a voting system that depends on one day or a few days to come up with a result, in my point of view, that's an easily manipulated system, or more easy to manipulate. You just need to manipulate it for a few days.
Mm-hmm.
Just listening tonight, 7MU. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think your stream is going anywhere, but Dear Waters, you make very novel points with an honest, respectful approach that is rare anywhere on the internet. Thank you, old boy. For some reason, the live streams are backwards today. There's more people on the horizontal than in the vertical. That probably happened because of how I started the live stream. tonight, which probably consider not doing that way again. I think that the vertical shows more on the shorts while people are scrolling or people are doom scrolling. And if people see the starting the live stream soon for a very long time, probably they pass on, which probably I think that's what happened, because when I started there was views already, and concurrent viewers was 0. So just in case, oh boy, there's more people on the horizontal tonight than in the vertical, which normally doesn't happen. And I'm curious about this Minnesota thing.
Sure. I've never looked too much into it. I generally don't buy into conspiracies up front until it shakes out in the courts. And I was doing some
Islam's of infiltrating other countries to take over, and maybe you can get a piece on it.
I didn't get quite that, Crypto.
I was just saying you can search how Islam religion is moving into other nations to take over the religion, in that aspect of having people convert to theirs. And then when they grow in numbers, your countries, or even, your countries would have to facilitate the people, so it becomes part of the government to deal with these things, and to have them convert from, of course, Christianity over to their religion, in an aspect of, rather than just beheading them because they're not converting to their religion. So that's the whole thing.
It happens also with Christianity in other countries. Like I think it was Phantom that mentioned it.
So we people because they don't convert to Christianity. Is that your claim?
No, I think that any religion trying to gain more public in any countries, any religion, is always going to be a problem.
I understand that, but Islam has a faith to where if you're not part of theirs, they'll just behead you. That's facts.
I've heard of that. If you don't mind, Phantom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, can you say something, because I'm reading right now this.
Sure. I'm fact checking that, because it doesn't seem that doesn't sound right to me.
What the article?
That Muslim countries will behead you if you don't believe in Islam.
Oh.
So I was searching that up to see what that how prevalent that is, because it doesn't sound like. I mean, I know they have
the Quran and all that, because they have a lot of death sentences in that religion, you know.
Well, first of all, whether it's in the Quran or not doesn't mean that's what they do, because just like the Bible says things that Christians don't do, I'm sure the Muslims don't follow every single word in the Quran. And so I'm interested in what they actually do, but also it doesn't. If the Quran said not to, that doesn't mean they don't not do it. Like, you know, because again, people don't. Okay, so here we go. What it says is, for foreigners and non-Muslim citizens, under traditional Islamic jurisprudence, non-Muslims living in or visiting a Muslim country are granted protected status, which guarantees their safety. You have state protection, in major Muslim countries, and mainstream Islamic scholars and authorities have explicitly condemned violence or executions targeted at people simply for their faith, saying it contradicts Islamic law. Now, apostasy and blasphemy, you could, depending on what country you're in. If you're a Muslim and you become an apostate or you blaspheme, you could face execution. And there are extremist countries or in groups that will behead you, but that's not necessarily a state, and it's not the majority of the states. So,
Right, and the reference that Clearwaters was making of what's happening, like where am I trying to say, like Germany, I believe, or even some of them local that they went to.
France.
That in France and places like that where they're heavily populated in their spot. It's not so much that it's when they come to you wanting to preach theirs, and then you want to stand up for your belief, and then you call them like a false prophet. You could be killed right then and there. There's just a way
in France,
that you have to do it.
In France,
I'm not in France. I'm just saying. I think he said a European country, or Europe, a part of Europe.
I don't know. I didn't say it.
No, Clearwaters was talking about of Islam being in a country, and I believe it was a European country, right? Clearwaters, didn't you make that? I ain't saying they're beheading people there, but if they was able to take control over a country and their masses are very large, and laws get changed to the way they see things, and can be even covered up on a mass scale, that's that's not nothing in the near, but in the far future of the long game.
Yeah, I don't know about the beheading, stuff like that. I know that these countries are plagued with immigrants just standing on the street doing nothing, probably doing scam stuff like that. There's more. Yeah, there are way more videos about Europe about this problem than in the United States. France, Germany, Italy, Spain.
Look up 21 that lost their head.
There's I mean, the ARPing happens a lot.
You got in the chat. Just so you knew, the church and state will unite in America. It's prophetic.
Prophetic?
It's prophetic that the church and state will unite in America. I'm not familiar with that prophecy, but I don't know all the prophecies either. So
you reading that from the chat?
They're working on right now in the White House to join the church and the government together.
Yes, that's what David Martinez said. I don't know if I believe that or not. I haven't, like I said, I haven't paid attention, but I do know that at the state level, there are definitely moves to try to do that in certain states. And I see a problem with that.
Romans 1, I think that will be very bad, in my point of view.
What are we watching here?
Yeah, the problem of immigration in all these countries. That the news are reporting, or people reporting that people get in and they are allowed to stay, and they get money from the government. So people from these countries are complaining like they have to pay for immigrants, while the immigrants just do nothing, or they get into all kinds of doing scams on the streets, selling garbage. This is not coming from one or two people. I mean, for Europe, there are thousands of videos about people showing how awful France, Italy, Spain, Ireland, UK, all these countries. I remember I made a video about UK being a shithole, in my point of view, because all the information that was coming out from UK, and also in my point of view, shithole also because they're putting people in jail because of memes, or because they're complaining. There's videos and stuff about this, people going to jail, like police going to people's houses. And on the video, it's like, hey, did you make a comment like this on YouTube? Did you say something about Muslims? You don't like what? But yeah.
What's that?
There's videos. You can look it up in YouTube. Videos of people, the cameras following the police into someone's house, like, and the police asking someone, hey, did you make a comment or did you share a meme saying that we don't like Muslims or something like that? And they will say, yes, okay, go to jail, or hurting other people's feelings and stuff like that. To me, there's no freedom of speech in UK right now.
I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I haven't paid attention to that.
This is a topic for a video or
Could
a live
be.
stream. Or we let the God rest for a little bit.
Just to be clear, I'm not like generalizing. Okay, I mean, you have some that are Christians and some that are not as radical as others, and that could go for any religion. You know what I'm saying?
David Martinez says that Jesus said to kill the non-believers in Luke 19:27.
Well, yeah, but I think Jesus was saying kill him with love.
This is how you take stuff out of context.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love doing that. Context is for chumps.
Oh, Diva is sharing videos of ISIS executing 21 Christians.
Yep.
Radicalism. These Muslims are actually following the Quran and their religion truthfully.
Yeah, I question his. I'm typing this right now, but I question his on whether he's actually unbiased, because he's a Christian and vehemently anti-Islam. So, so I don't think I trust his ability to evaluate the Quran and the Muslim religion without bias.
He's saying, Diva, Phantom X, you said you never heard of some Muslims behating Christians. Well, here's your evidence.
No, what I said was I wasn't aware of that being in every Muslim state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I said. I didn't say I had never heard of it. He doesn't listen to my nuances, because he wants everything to be all one thing or all the other.
And if you go back, whenever we was over, like Iraq and places like that, we had truck drivers over there losing their heads as well.
I mean,
your audio, Crypto, is a bit low, just to let you know.
Yeah, the wind isn't helping here. It's whipping.
Immigrants have a lower crime rate than citizens. Google it. Well,
I don't know.
David
Yeah, I know. I
Martinez.
don't know if that's the case or not. It could be.
Yeah, but still, wow. I don't know. I still think that letting people in the big masses, almost uncontrollably, is not gonna lead to anything good. Especially if you put people in big groups in one place,
Maybe.
like in the UK. There's towns that people take, like white guy goes at a camera and immigrants in there get out or get violent with the guy. There's videos of people trying to do that just to demonstrate what happens if you go into one of these towns inside UK. We recently had a problem here in Panama where there was like a Chinese museum that was right beside.
What kind of museum?
Chinese.
Chinese. Okay.
Outside is kind of like a museum, more like a memorial or something like that, right beside the Panama Canal, right beside the Bridge of the Americas. Here in Panama, we had a big, humongous inflow of Chinese people. And to the point that there are certain areas that, there's a lot of concentration of Chinese people. And you can see the areas, for example, when there's a celebration, they put all the stuff in the streets, which normally people don't do that for anything, maybe just for commemoration of Panama, anniversary. And this museum was taken down because some people were complaining, like, hey, why we have to have this museum right beside the Panama Canal, and why we're trying to give so much importance to Chinese. So it was a big, humongous like problem here in Panama because of that. That place was there for many years, but it was a place that it was like, everybody like, why is that Chinese little place in there? Nobody understood it. But Chinese people here in Panama, I think the inflow stopped at some time because we were getting more and more to the point that people were starting to notice, and it stopped.
I don't know.
Yeah. It was not going to the right direction. People were starting to complain. It was absolutely obvious that some government officials were making a lot of money because of the inflow. Diva Don't Play Javier and Phantom read Surah 929. All right, Diva, let's read Surah 29. What is it going to say? Let's see.
It says, fight against the people of the book until they uphold monotheistic beliefs.
You're breaking up.
All right. So it says, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So it says, fight against people. Here, let me find out. See if there's an actual translation instead of an AI over.
Fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day, nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture, until they pay the tax, willingly submitting, fully humble.
All right. What's the tax?
The other day I found that the translation or whatever in the Quran.com apparently was not quite accurate compared to other websites.
All right, it looks like it's just they have to pay a tax, like currency.
Okay, so this is a different translation. This
So
one
I'm looking
says,
at Quran.com. Okay,
yeah,
Quran.com and reading the footnote.
that's the one that I just read. This is another one. It says, fight those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and His Messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth from those who were given the scripture until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled. The jizya. Apparently, that's the word for tax.
That's what I was looking up. That's the tax, and it's just a financial thing. Like they're not beheading people. That's not a verse for beheading. It's just
Let me look jizya what that means. Jizya, also spelled jitsa, was a historical significant per capita tax. What's going on, Diva? You're trying to get us to.
So Diva's saying they should fight. Well, like that doesn't even make any sense. Like if
I believe if you're
tax,
not of the religion, you have to pay a tax.
Okay, and he's saying he's emphasizing that they say fight. Well, if you don't pay your taxes in the U.S., guess what? You go to jail, and if you resist, you're going to get fought too. Like that's just kind of how that works. Like I don't know what he's upset about. That they said enforce your tax laws, and with violence if necessary.
Diva don't play any religion, my friend.
Okay, Diva, why don't you just not pay your income tax? See what happens. See if you will go to jail and resist. See if you don't get shot if you try to resist going to jail for tax evasion. Like it's the same thing. You're not convincing me that what they're saying is behead the non-Muslims. Not from that.
That depends on who you are. If you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. It just depends on who you are.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe that. But if Diva didn't and he resisted arrest, there's a good chance he would not survive that encounter. Because I don't think he's one of the ones that could just not pay his taxes.
Diva don't play.
If he is one of those, I'd like to send him my PayPal and he could donate to my PayPal.
Diva don't play. I don't know if you saw the presentation at the beginning. We're talking about the believer and non-believer. Diva don't play. Phantom X is not a government tax. It's a change. It's a change your faith or pay tax or die.
Christians used, I mean, at the same time that was happening, there was a tax on Christians for not attending church.
Yeah, like, even if that's accurate, Phantom X, what Diva don't play is saying, same thing with the God of the Bible. You don't believe, you pay with your life. You pay it in fire for eternity. So,
well, yeah, but I mean, all at the time the Quran was written, if you didn't go to mass, you had to pay a tax, and all over Europe, like it's not any different. He's just
you mean in Christianity?
Because in Christianity, there was I forget what they called it. I can look it up, but there was a tax for not going to mass. Recusancy. Yeah. Oh, and I guess I was wrong. It wasn't all through the Middle East, but it was a thing in the past.
Uh-oh. Phantom X, Diva don't play says that you're the biased one.
Okay.
Diva don't play, that's not much different from Christianity, God of the Bible, believe or pay the price. for eternity. At least here in I don't know, Islam is paying a tax, but in Christianity you pay for your eternity, eternal fire. I think that that's uncomfortable too.
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone has bias. I try not to be biased, but I've seen Diva interact with Muslims, and I know that he is incredibly biased against them. Like, and he just posts disgusting memes at them the entire time.
Not very holy.
No, not very holy at all.
You know, I think that going back to this subject of how data becomes action through feel, uh, you know, that could explain why, in the case of Diva, he will defend his belief. Don't want to go back to the negative feel state. That makes a lot of sense. That speaking the truth is never a sin. Someone ever says the truth when it comes to God, what I understand is believing in God feels good. That is the truth. God feels good. God feels real. That is the truth. God makes you feel good. God moves you from a negative feel state to a positive feel state. That is the reason why you believe. The emotional benefit.
All right, Javier. I'm going to call it a night. It's been fun hanging out with you, though.
Thank you, Phantom, for stopping by. Thank you for the conversations.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
You too.
Diva, don't play. Show me one time when Jesus Christ said, fight those who don't believe in God. Diva, don't play again. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the live stream. I'm taking this conversation somewhere else. I'm taking it away from the gods and bringing it back to where the most important thing is, to the human being. I think that as long as we continue to believe in God, we're going to continue be in problems. I just presented, I made a proposal about a framework that explains human behavior, which could explain why people are having these supposedly supernatural experiences with God. I think we can find a way to duplicate this in a controlled way, duplicate it, triplicate it, by understanding how feel states work in a human being, how we are able to bring thoughts into reality by the power of feel, and how feel can lead to a God. Oh, my nose, man. Feel states, I don't know, probably I came up with that, but I think that's my best way to explain what's going on internally with you right now. As you watching this live stream, you are in an emotional state or feel state right now. Probably you're very close to a neutral, but as human beings, our normal state is never neutral. It's always going to be tilted into the negative, because that's how, I don't know, nature or life has a way for us to continue moving, always moving towards a feel positive state. And this is how, when you listen to someone or hear someone say like God offers eternal life, the way I understand a human being, how a human being operates, this is just data. The data has no value by itself, or no intrinsic force value or action driven value by itself. It needs to find value by the negative field state of a person in order to want to move towards the God. In other words, normally you will want to move towards God or believe in God when you find yourself in a negative field state. That's how you operate. This is how you work as a human being. That's why this is how you end up believing in the God of the Bible. This is how you end up believing in the God of the Quran. This is how you believing in any entities. As long as the entity offers a positive field state, you're gonna move towards that. Diva, don't play. Javier, can you find any recent videos of actual true Christian beheading Muslims? Diva, don't play. Again, this is conversation. This is not about gods. We're talking about human beings. I think this is going to be a point in time, Diva, don't play, that you will realize what you're doing. This is not about God. This is about you. This is about feelings. This is about how we see ourselves internally through field states. You were going to say something, Crypto?
Well, yeah, I had a problem with all that because, you know, to make money, it really feels good. To walk away from making money, that's a negative feeling.
Crypto, sorry to interrupt you, my friend. You are like in a position where like low reception is breaking a lot. I can almost don't understand you.
Is that better?
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I have wind that's distorting me too.
No, that sounds better. That sounds way better. You were saying that money feels good?
So I said, does making money feel good? Like if you was in a negative state, and let's say making money makes you feel good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
so
what I'm saying is that I had a choice to move towards making money or move into the negative state of not making the money that I was making, because I had that choice, but I moved to what feels negative. So how can you explain that? And I have other examples too. It's the same thing with lust, with sex, or whatever, and I can just keep bringing in other things as well. You can't say that because someone's in a negative way is drawn to a positive and they make that leap. That's not always the case with each and every single individual.
So can you come up with a scenario where you think this doesn't apply?
Well, that was one scenario. Like I could have stayed in Houston, go put an application in, continue making money, but I went to the negative state, or staying at the job whenever then they were going harder, longer hours, pay, and do more than what I was even there to do, which most companies and places will start to do.
You're breaking a lot. You're breaking a lot. It sounds like you have a bad reception. So, what if you can hear me? Basically, what you're saying.
Hang on a second.
Yeah. So basically, what Scripton is saying, he doesn't see the information that I'm saying, that we move from a negative field state to a positive field state. That's how we create this magic of movement as a human being. But in the case that he's presenting, is quite clear that he's put himself into a negative feel state by considering the possibilities of what would happen if he doesn't take action in a certain direction, like someone is gonna feel bad or someone's gonna suffer. He put himself in a negative feel state, and he is also considering what could move him into a positive feel state, which is taking action towards going to the person that he went to, which is his family. That's, for me, that's an easy example on how this applies. Anybody that thinks that this is crazy information and you think that you have a scenario where this doesn't apply, like for example, your God, I can explain it to you how you end up believing in a God through this very
Well, hang on there.
simple or
Can you hear
uncomplicated
me?
process. Yes, I can hear you now.
Don't assume that, you know, I love my family. I love my mother and father. But it's a negative state being here doing what I have to do because I could be out doing other things. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, there's positive things of the outcome of me being around them.
For
But
for
at the same
me,
time, I'm in a negative state. So
yes, this is for me.
that's why I go against what you say. It's the same thing with I feel good when I have plenty of women around, and any choice that I want to be with, 2, 3, or 1 every night of the week.
You're presenting me with two different scenarios.
Well, many. That's
No,
why
but
your data is wrong.
Yeah, it's not wrong. I'm gonna explain to you why. If right now you decide to leave and go with many women, how are you gonna feel about that?
Well, my nature would feel good. I'm gonna tell you that straight up.
For how long? And why? And what? And
Well,
why? And why you're not doing it right
How many women are
now?
there in the world? One
No.
drop off. There's other ones right around the corner.
Why you're not doing that right now?
Well, it's because I had to realize that. Well, it will go back to my belief in God.
What would God think of you if you leave your family and go chase women?
You remember that I told you that I was spoken to, so that's validation for my own personal being.
So
And there are others out there that has had a touch with him in some way that validated his presence or the validation of him.
How do you
The
think
creator is true.
How do you think God would feel if you drop your family and go chase women?
I don't think he'd be happy with that.
And how do you feel knowing that you did something that is not going to make God happy?
Well, I'm in a negative feeling
Yes.
about having to do what he requires or what is my purpose,
Yes.
his will.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, you're going through
I'm
this.
in a negative state. I'm in a negative state of having to do what he wills over me.
Crypto, you're doing a balancing act every day. You're going through this circle of evaluating your current feel state. You go, okay, I feel bad right now. I'm going to leave. And you close your eyes, for example, and you think about, okay, chasing women and how God is going to look at you by taking that choice. And that makes you feel bad. So you don't go chase women, but you go again. Hold on.
I'm not in a feel-good state.
Hold on. So you feel good about taking the right decision, okay? Staying with your family because you want that and God feels happy about you by you doing that. Then probably nighttime comes and you know what? I'm starting to feel bad about being here. I want to go do this other thing. I'm in a negative feel state. And you go through the process of thinking, you know, if I leave, what God is going to think of me? He spoke to me. I don't think he's going to be happy with me chasing women. And then you go back with this circle and you're going to do this probably once a day, twice a day, 10 times a day.
Yeah, but hear me out now. It's not the feeling good because he's happy. It's the struggle of me trying to find the feel good of doing what I'm doing, because I'm telling you, it feels good to go make the money. It feels good to go maybe chase women and fall into the feels of that.
Why don't you do
And
it?
there's other things. Well, because like I told you, I was spoken to, felt like I was too far out, and by God's will showed me where I needed to be. I told you and explained that to you.
Yeah, but we're going in circles,
It
Crypto.
doesn't make me feel good.
What doesn't make you feel
And,
good?
and that's why your data's wrong.
What
'Cause
doesn't make you
that's
feel
what
good?
that I can't go and chase money, or I can't go and do what
Okay,
I want against any kind of moral standards or
so
anything that we were taught.
try to explain it to me in short sentences. Why don't you leave right now?
Because I'm struggling with the feel good to where I don't feel as good for the right reasons.
Which one feels
For the-
better? Which one feels better right now? Staying with your family and doing what God, looks like you doing like the right thing, or go chase women? Which one feels more better to you?
To
Which
go
feels
make
good?
money, to go back and make money and chase women and live my life like a god.
Mhm.
That's what makes me feel good. But
Not enough.
it's not the right way.
Yeah, not enough for you to take action on that, right?
So doing what my belief is, like you say, because there is evidence of, and I was validated when he spoke to me, that all that feel good, that flesh desires, at the end of the day, all that's gonna one day not feel so good. The more money you make, the more problems are gonna come your way, and that
So-
good feeling of chasing is not going to be there. Eventually you'll come to an age where you can't do nothing with a female, and then that's going to fade away.
Crypto, so why are you saying that what I'm saying is wrong? If you already know that those things are gonna end up not feeling good, what is the part that I'm wrong about? I'm trying to understand. You right there, where you're standing right now, you know that those things that you think are gonna make you feel good, you know at the end will not make you feel good.
Well, that is true, and that's no different than you. One day it's going to come, and all that's not going to merit anything. You're not going to feel good.
We're not talking about that.
Well, I'm just saying that the data is wrong by the way you're presenting it, by saying that people, when they're in a bad state or feel bad, they're gonna move to something that feels good or positive, and that's a false statement. That's false. Even though the data might show that it's going to feel better, doesn't mean that they're going to move in that direction.
Crypto, I'm gonna try to explain it to you one more time, okay? You right now, where you're standing right there, you are in a negative feel state, right?
Well, right now I'm at a calm state.
Okay, let's say,
because
for
I'm
example, that
defeating
you,
the feelings of that.
let's say that you find yourself right there in a negative feel state. For example, and you think that chasing money and women is gonna make you move into a positive feel state, right?
Oh, definitely will.
Okay, so right there where you're standing, you make the analysis of these two options. What conclusion do you come to? Which one feels good at the end, or know that it's gonna feel good at the end?
Well, holding true to the Creator and what He expects of me.
What would that be? Staying there?
Not to fall into the temptations of the flesh.
So that would mean to stay there, right?
Because one day, there'll be a time you'll have to choose Him over what might be in front of you. You might seem to be deemed a God.
So that means that staying there, is the best option for you. So it doesn't mean
It's not the best
crypto.
option.
Okay, so it's the worst one.
See, you're not getting it, and I understand why you just can't see it. I have plenty of options. I could go and stay with my buddy. I can put an application, be at work tomorrow making money.
I will go back to the same question. Why don't you do it?
You're never gonna get it. You could fall into your desires to make you feel good, but it's gonna backfire.
So you're doing
No
right now,
different than
right now,
anybody else. No
right now.
different than anybody else.
So right now, what you're doing is the worst option for you, the ones that makes you feel the most negative feel state. Is that your conclusion?
It's a good way to put it. I can't say it's in the worst spot. Well, I guess since I am having to walk away from things of my fleshly desires, then it feels pretty bad, you know, because it feels good on the other side.
You know, I think probably.
And you know what I'm talking about, and everybody that's listening, they know what I'm talking about. But it takes, you know, a real man to walk away from things that just make you feel good and be right than it is just to fall away. Oh, well, that just feels good, so I'm just going to do it. And then that's a bad situation for any nation to start doing as individuals.
You think that thing that you're assigning as feel good is defined as feel good, like chasing money and women. That's not what feels good, crypto. That's what you are assigning as feel good.
Well, so I'm looking at all the things you list.
So what you're doing, you're taking that assignment out of those situations and putting it somewhere else. It's just happened, crypto, that it seems to me that you want to see this from a different perspective, like you're doing a sacrifice and staying in something that makes you feel bad because you love God. And, you know, this is not it. This is not what you're doing. This is incorrect.
It's called being obedient.
And being obedient makes you feel good.
Not necessarily. Not everything.
So
being obedient makes you feel good. You know that.
Being obedient to God doesn't make you feel good. Knowing that God is happy for you being obedient.
There can be some days that things are good in that nature, but there are times that cross my nature.
So that's what does that mean?
Like Lot
crypto
did, he was be angry.
Crypto. What does that mean? That you don't feel good? That doesn't make you feel good to be obedient to God, and God is happy with you being obedient. That doesn't make you feel good. That makes you feel bad.
Sometimes we go through that as a struggle, and those are things we have to defeat.
I noticed that you didn't answer the question.
I just told you in some cases, yes. And you have to defeat that because that's the powers of the principalities that causes you to want to walk away and denounce your God, the creator. And that's something that I'll just never do.
Yeah, so crypto, my point of view, you want to keep making this into God, you know, when the
I'm going by what you're saying. You're trying to bring God into feeling.
You want to keep, no. Yes. This is about you and your feelings.
Right.
This is not about God.
Data is wrong about how you feel that pushes you to something that is good. You're wrong in that statement.
You, if you allow me to speak for a moment, crypto, you think that moving into something good, you're thinking like physically moving into something different that makes you feel. No, standing right there in the same place, you can go from feeling going in a negative feel state to a positive one, just by the process of your thoughts. You don't need to go there and feel good. You can do it right there. You can move from feel bad to feel good right there where you're standing.
And I do that, but feel bad still comes. It comes and goes. You can't just stop
feel
bad feeling.
I agree with you.
You can't stop that.
You go every day to this process, different times of the day, and you always come with the same conclusion. It feels better to stay there. Otherwise, you will move on with your life and move somewhere else. But that doesn't make you feel good. Not enough in order to take action on that.
It's a strong feeling to walk away, that's for sure.
I know, but you go
Because it
through this
don't feel
evaluation
so
process.
good.
You're thinking about it. You know, sometimes it's a -2, sometimes it's a +1, but you go back to -2. No, you go through this process every day. You're thinking about it. You don't
And
move
that's
completely to
everybody's
feel good.
process.
Yes,
You
I
go through the
agree.
same processes
I
everybody
agree.
does.
I agree. Yes, I
But
do the same.
but the statement that if you're feeling negative, you're going to take actions to move to something that makes you feel better, and that's a false statement in each and every individual. Some people don't have the composure not to fall to go into something good.
You're taking an
Some don't.
action.
Everybody takes actions, that's right.
No. You said that not everybody takes an action. You're taking an action again by moving into the same place. Staying there is an action.
All right. I that's fine. You're gonna detest it all day long, but that's fine. But
You can.
anyways, I was just
You,
wanting to
you,
make
how
that
about?
point that
How
you
about?
can't tell everybody that everybody's going to move because they feel bad about, like they're in a negative state, and they're going to feel to something when they feel the good of that state. In some cases, yes, but that doesn't always mean that that's a good state. And also staying within something to stay just 100% in a good state isn't always going to stay as a good state. You're going to have to fight against what feels bad and feels good in all things, from one day to the next, hour to the hour, minute to the minute, you know.
How about? I have an idea. How about you present a different scenario that doesn't involve yourself? Because I think when you put yourself in the
Okay,
equation,
well,
when you put
you
yourself in the equation, I don't think you have a broader mind, open mind.
well, let me okay, you made a list of things, so let's take one of those things that you choose and start a conversation on it, and we'll pick it apart.
Like for example,
Well, you put a list of stuff on your
okay,
I'm not
let me bring it
seeing
up.
it as
Okay, religion, education, politics. Is that what you're referring to?
yeah, so I don't care how you do it, put it all in a hat, pick one, and we talk about it.
Okay, so I say the words and you probably stop me. Religion, education, politics,
No, I wanted
marketing.
you to pick one, and we'll just leave religion out of it, God
Oh,
out of it.
okay.
How about that?
Okay, so you want me to bring a scenario? I don't know. Probably relationships, a spouse, marriage.
Okay. Okay, so what about it that we can start talking about it on the negative and the positives? Just even getting with someone or being around someone, premarital,
Okay,
engagements. How do you want to do this conversation?
for example, an easy way to describe this, you know, probably that's someone that feels lonely, a man, you know, no spouse, no girlfriend, and this
Like me?
lady,
Go ahead.
yes, and this lady comes along, you know, and you get the data from this lady. She looks pretty, she has a good body, you know, she talks very nice to you. You're getting this data and you're finding value. The negative state that you were before, feeling lonely, you're seeing you're seeing value in the data that you have in front of you that is gonna assist you into moving into a positive feel state. So you
Okay, fair enough.
you move towards that girl.
Yes. So keep going. I need more data than just data. Like, what are you trying to say? I mean, you already did say body. She looks good. I'm in a great state now. It's feeling positive, and now I approach her. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
And then I
you're
get to
gonna.
talking to her more and
Yes,
getting to know her a little bit, see where
yes.
she aligns with
You're
politics
taking
and
action.
religions and all that.
You're taking
Yeah, I'm
action.
taking action. That's
Yes.
right. But it's eventually going to present itself into laying down with her,
Yes.
marrying her, and things like that. Even though everything might feel good and you want to, you might find something in it that doesn't. Let's say she wants to just jump into it without marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But yet the temptation's so strong because she's like a movie star or someone similar.
Mhm.
Man, it'd be a negative state to have to say no and depart from her because that's not what I want.
Yes.
And that's my choice. That would be my choice. They would
Yes.
look good in the beginning and it'd be a positive, and man, I want to be around them. It makes me feel good. It turns me on. But because she can't wait for marriage or she wants to jump into it too
Okay.
much or whatever,
All right. Stop right
I'm going to
there.
have to pull away.
Right. Stop right there. That feeling that you're feeling right there at that moment suddenly jumps into the negative feel state
How?
because you are presented with a situation when she wants to have sex and you're like, wait a second, what are you doing? We're not married. Does that make you happy? No. You're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
This puts me, it doesn't feel right.
Well, how can you say that a turn on, feeling good, and everything's like, yeah, but you got to make yourself walk away from it?
No.
I don't understand.
Wait a second. You brushing, going too fast over this. You bring the scenario where now she wants to have sex and you guys are not married. Are you happy about that? You said apparently you're not in agreement with that, right? You don't like that.
Well, hang on a minute. Whenever you're in front of a girl, all right, you and her in wherever, in your house or whatever, her house, your house, whatever, she's coming on to you. I'm sorry, but you're feeling pretty good. There's no negative to it. And you got to defeat that and go into the negative place to separate yourself from that.
Why
Do
would
you
you do
understand
that?
what I'm saying?
Crypto, why would you do that? Don't tell me because God. You're gonna bring up God here?
Well, I was trying not to, but
I thought you wanted to,
So
to give an example about something else that didn't talk. We talk about God and this is something
before
totally
marriage.
else.
Before marriage.
Let's say that a man thinks that the proper way to do things is to get married first, okay? Now the girl wants to have sex and he's like, wait a second. That's not right. That doesn't
mean
feel
you're
good.
in a negative feeling state at that time.
So
Neither.
I don't agree with this. I'm very happy.
Well,
Crypto, you're presenting a situation that is
No,
not
no.
real, my friend.
I'm telling you, buddy.
I can be in two different
You
states. I
can't
can hold on. No.
negative in that state.
Crypto, hold on a second. If I'm a person that I'm not involved with a God, and this beautiful woman wants to have sex with me, and I'm not married, I'm like, man, let's go, baby. I'm happy. Let's move. Come on. But I'm involved with a God, and I see it as having sex before marriage as something wrong. I tell this lady, hold on a second. This is not right. This is not going to make me happy. Actually, I don't feel happy right now because I'm surprised that you want to have sex with me without being married. That doesn't feel good, Crypto.
That's what I'm saying. You're moving from something that feels good into a negative feeling. and not moving from a negative feeling to a good. Because if it was from a negative feeling to a good, it'd be kind of like what you did. Forget you, God. I'm going to feel good because it feels good. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Hold on, let me find the on the screen I'm showing right now. Field state, the internal experience of the person, its origin doesn't matter.
Where'd you get that from?
The origin
where'd you get it from, though?
The origin of the current field state of the person doesn't matter.
But where are you getting that from? Was you born with that or something? I mean, where are you getting that from? Who said it? Who wrote it? What year did that come out in?
I cannot tell you my sources.
Oh, you have a source. Well, who's your source? I have a source. Who's your source?
I'm just kidding. I don't want to create
yeah.
polemic here.
You see where I'm going with this? Because
No.
then I go into
let's focus back. Let's go back to the example of the.
You got scared there, huh?
No.
Tell me where. Then how can you say it's my origin? You don't even know where it comes from. I know where it comes from.
You asked me about that negative feeling at that moment, right? Where is it coming from?
What are you talking about?
When the girl that you like wants to have sex without getting married.
From a positive, good feeling into a negative feeling.
Yes. What is the question?
There was no question. No, I just told you, and you agreed. Moving from something that feels good and a positive, and I'm moving away from that into a negative feel. Because I'm telling you, turning down a girl with any man, that don't feel good.
Crypto, you were presented with a data that then when you evaluate it, it took you to a negative feel state.
That's what I'm trying to argue. You're saying most people in a negative state are going to move into a positive, good feeling state, and I'm telling you that data is wrong.
Because
I'm giving you scenarios, even off of your list, that you're pulling from something that feels good, and you're moving yourself into a negative state.
Crypto, where in this example that we're talking about is my mistake? Can you please be so kind to point it out?
Your claim that most people,
no. The example that we're talking about, the girl tells you I want to have sex before getting married. You get this data, you evaluate it, and it immediately put you in a negative feel state. Where is my mistake? Right there. Can you please point it?
I was talking about earlier when we were talking about moving from a negative state to a positive state. Most people are going to move to the positive state. That's what you claimed earlier in this, whenever you started this live stream.
Up to that point right now of this scenario that we're presenting, there's no mistake. I'm going to explain to you what's going to happen next. Once you find yourself in this negative feel state, you will want to move to a positive feel state because that's what we humans do. So what are the options to move yourself into a positive state? Probably walk away. 2, probably you will talk to her. Hey, I don't want to have sex without getting married. And you're going to attempt to move yourself from a negative feel state into a positive feel state. So you're taking the action of walking away, or you're taking the action of opening your mouth and talking to the girl. Where's my mistake?
Well, there's no mistake in that. But the feel bad is still going to be there if there's no agreements or conclusions that the person can't wait or doesn't want to do it the right way, or and there's other matters that you have on the list or whatever. We can even get into all that, but we're pertaining to just this, and I'm trying to tell you that that might even cease to even stop. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to be in a feel good state because I have to end that because of. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really. Not
If I
really.
had to walk away from someone that had a, beautiful body, everything was awesome, but they just insisted and they didn't want to wait and they couldn't, and we had to split up because of it, you're not going to be in a feel good state.
So
But I
why are you doing
guarantee
it?
you, within my body, because it's nature.
Why are you doing it?
Well, because it's, I figure marriage is better than not married. You save
Okay.
yourself.
Yes. Okay. So that's better for you. That makes you feel better.
But it doesn't mean that I feel good.
So
See, that's where you're wrong.
No. Makes you feel better knowing to have sex when you're married, doesn't it?
It doesn't make me feel good.
So why are you doing it? Because you like to feel bad?
No, I don't like to feel bad. But I also believe over time, if things are done in the right ways, that feel bad will be replaced to feel good.
So you're telling yourself the answer, Crypto. You know that if you jump into that sofa and you have sex, you're going to feel horrible because you know that you prefer to have sex with someone when you're married.
You're wrong. I wouldn't feel bad if I did. I don't know who could tell me that sex doesn't feel good.
And can someone please
I want to know their name if they do.
So someone else can explain this to Crypto, please. I don't have the way to explain this. I don't know. For me, it's quite absolute obvious that if you walk away, it's because you're thinking that that is the best option for you. And taking the best option makes you feel good. If you feel good about having sex with that girl, you will have sex.
Always taking the better option or what's right doesn't always feel good, my friend.
It is always the case. I'm trying to ask you, can you present me with a situation where that is not the case? Because the one that you just presented right now, obviously you took the option of doing something that makes you feel good.
I don't know.
I think you're thinking that
maybe there's one of like a bus driver driving down this mountain, and he's got a bus full of kids, and he sees a kid at the gate up ahead, and he's losing control, and he knows he's going through that gate. He has two choices: either go off the cliff or go through the gate and kill the kid to save the kids. More than one. Have you ever heard this before?
Yes, the person is going to evaluate.
And then you find out that the bus driver killed his own son at the gate to save the many that were on the bus. See, not everything feels good,
You coming to the conclusion without analyzing the situation tells me, Crypto, that you don't want for this to work. Because you know why? It will put you in a predicament with your belief in God. And you don't want that. This is humanity, my friend.
Which I'm telling you, that's the biggest struggle with all of us, is that there's lots of things that we don't enjoy or like or because of. So don't assume that we're always feeling good because.
Crypto, I really like chocolate. I'm not eating chocolate right now. Why not? I love eating chocolate.
Why don't you eat it?
Because it will not allow me to sleep.
But it feels good to eat, huh? So you're gonna put yourself in the negative
and I'm not
state
doing
so you
it.
can get some sleep.
I'm not doing it because sleeping feels better at this time at night than having the pleasure of a piece of chocolate, and I'm gonna have to pay for it all night and all morning. So
Yeah,
I'm
but I
going through
bet you
this. Hold
get
on, hold on,
angry
hold on,
every night.
hold
You
on,
can't eat it.
hold on. I'm going through this evaluation process. I'm now coming to a conclusion of what feels better, and I'm taking action on that. Very simple. I don't know. I don't understand why you don't understand this. What do you say at the end?
I said, yeah, but I guarantee you wake up the next morning and be like, man, I wish I could have ate that chocolate. And you have to go through this every night.
Yeah. Yeah. But then it comes nighttime again.
So you're not even living by what you're even preaching. If you feel good to eat that chocolate, eat it.
Crypto. I'm trying to take two different options and evaluating which one feels better to me, which one feels more good, the chocolate or the sleeping. I'm coming to the conclusion that sleeping will put me in a higher good feeling state.
No. You just sleep angry. Don't give me that.
So you're telling me how I feel. You're just trolling
Well,
now.
you're telling me how you feel before you even went to sleep. I love to eat chocolate, but I can't. So now you're
And
feeling
I
bad as you go to sleep
also
because you can't eat
love
chocolate.
to sleep and rest so I can think the next day. Up to the point that sleeping and having a good night's sleep feels way better than just eating a chocolate at this time at night.
Well, I'm glad you can put down some temptations.
Has nothing to do with temptations. Has everything to do with what feels the most good. What would put me in a higher feel state, good feel state, positive feel state.
You mean like medically?
Emotionally.
And medically?
I don't know.
In other words, you get good rest, good sleep. You know, so that you have a better, fresher day.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel good tomorrow morning. I'm gonna feel like, man, good, Javier, that you chose to sleep instead of eating that chocolate.
Let me ask you something. Out of every single night, is there some nights that you kind of splurge and you eat it?
Yesterday, I ate a chocolate at night. And hold on. Yesterday night, it was Sunday night. And I'm like, you know what? I'm craving for chocolate. Javier, which one feels more or gonna put you in a higher feel-good state? Sleep or the chocolate? I'm like, you know what? The craving is too high. I'm gonna eat the chocolate. And I paid at night with a big headache.
Right.
So I took action on whatever at that moment I thought will put me in a higher, more positive feel state. And I took action and went to the fridge and ate the chocolate. Feel state was negative. I was craving. I was not feeling good. I needed a chocolate, which I really was not craving. You know, I don't crave that chocolate that much. I just wanted to have a chocolate because I bought a new chocolate and I wanted to taste it. Just a small piece.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm doing this right now with this live stream right now. I'm doing what if I had not this live stream right now, I'll be like, man, I should have done the live stream, put me in a negative feel state. How about I turn on the lights, turn on the camera, put me in a positive feel state? We do this with everything, including gods, believing in gods. So that's why the God offers eternal lives come from. This is data. We evaluate it.
But I hate to burst your bubble, clear waters, and you can deny this all day long. But even not believing in any gods is believing in a god. It's just a different one that will claim you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said the God of epistemology. You have to have a God tell you what's real and what's not. That fire's 350 degrees. You know, I gotta falsify it. You know, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm really not in.
That's what I'm.
So
That's what I'm trying to say.
demo.
Even if you deny gods, there is a God that owns you. It's just which one you want.
You know, I'm demonstrating to you how this works. I'm giving you examples and giving you the process. Can you do the same thing with God?
I'm just stating the fact, my friend.
You're just stating your feelings.
Those who deny a God, let's say deny the Creator.
Oh,
There's
please,
a God
crypto.
for them.
No, at this time at night, my friend.
There
Come
is.
on. You're gonna preach to me at this time at night.
I'm not preaching.
This
Just
is
saying.
100% preaching. You're talking about your feelings. Javier, believing that God is real makes me feel good. That's why I believe God is real. He owns us, and that makes me
trying
feel.
to preach to you, but just don't go through life blind. You know.
You know,
You'll
coincidentally,
probably fall for the alien that decides to take over.
coincidentally, crypto, I think that anybody that believes in a God is going through life blindly.
Hey, I'm going to mute for a minute because the wind's blowing, but I'm still here. I'll let
Right.
you talk for a minute.
All right, Charles Oliver says you want to feel good about the relationship, crypto. That's the movement toward feeling good. There might be things you feel bad about your decision, but the decision is what is important. Charles Oliver, crypto is just wrong. I think probably consciously or subconsciously, crypto knows where this thing is heading when it comes to God, and he doesn't like it. It's like, nope, I know where this thing is going. We human beings operate from a negative feel state by default. Probably at the 1% scale. Life put us in that way. We're not in neutral feel states. Why? Because always being in a negative feel state will always encourage movement. Life knows something that we don't. If you drop your phone, put it down, shut it down, close your door of your room, stare at the wall, how many minutes, how many hours can you stand looking at the wall without your body screaming at you, do something, do something? You're gonna put yourself in that wall in a negative feel state, and you're gonna desperate try to move to a positive feel state by grabbing your phone, turn on the TV, call someone, walk outside, play with your dog, play with your cat, do something to put yourself out of the negative feel state. If you are thinking about your mortality, you're worried about what's going to happen when you die, and someone comes along and offers you one of these gods and tells you God is offering you an eternal life, you go, wait a second, what did you say? You give me this data, I evaluate it, I have a negative feel state that can go very well with that positive feel state. I like it. Where is this God? In the Bible, I believe. Oh, I love it. It makes me feel good. Now, this negative feel state of my mortality, what's going to happen when I die? Now I have an explanation. It's the God of the Bible. He's going to wait for me with kisses and hugs. So I put myself in a positive feel state without even being dead. I'm not safe yet. I'm not in eternal life yet, and it feels good right now. Wow, that's the power of the data and the feel. So, God is real. That data puts you in a positive feel state. It's not the God, it's not the data that you're after. You're after that feel good state. Why are you guys having a conversation down there on the horizontal, Hersey 98? What is going on down there? It's just, I don't even want to read the messages. What's going on down there? You guys having a really dark discussion, seems to me. I'll stay on the vertical. On tonight, the vertical, it broke because of something that I did at the beginning. I'm not doing it again. Oh boy, crypto not following at all. Charles Oliver, most people are not as in touch with their feelings as Clearwater's. Yeah. You know, Charles Oliver, if you still in the live stream, I think this information that I'm proposing, I suspect, probably not right now. Hopefully this live stream is going to be recorded. And this is going to be of value probably for people in 10 years. I don't know. Or maybe less, 5 years. Because it seems to me that this is where the problem resides in humanity, in us. Because not understanding who we are and what are we doing here on earth and where we headed. So we think that the source of our problems is always something external, that the solution to our problems is some invisible God. No, we're never gonna get out of this hole that we put ourselves into by not understanding ourselves. King David 7MU, why are there two different chats on YouTube? Because there's two different streams, 7MU, one vertical and one horizontal. You can be in either one you want. So we're getting 5 hours of live stream. I'm shutting down this in 5 minutes. So basically, yes, crypto.
You can get you a thumb drive, record all of this, and put it in a time capsule. Fine.
I don't know. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to put this information aside so people can help me to test it, try to break it. You know, Javier is not gonna work because of that, like you were doing. But I'm still standing. The proposal still standing. I see how this works and how it applies to you and your current situation very perfectly. So data information available to a person, field state, the person's current internal experiential state, regardless of its origin. It doesn't matter where your current negative state comes from. It does not matter. Number 3, negative field state is an internal condition experienced as unpleasant, threatening, deficient, or undesirable that assigns action guiding value to information capable of reducing, escaping, or resolving that condition. In other words, something negative that you feel is going to encourage action in your life. Number 4, positive feeling, an internal condition experienced as pleasant, fulfilling, or desirable that assigns action guiding value to information capable of maintaining, enhancing, or sharing that condition. That definition had to fix it a little bit. Number 5, value, the degree to which the person perceives the data as capable of changing the field state. In number 6, action, observable behavior initiated because the data acquires value. Seven Mew, I could turn off my phone and close my door and stare at the wall and pray and feel good. Doesn't that count? Yes. Can you do that for 6 hours? 12 hours? Yeah, that I'm saying it's just a matter of time where you're going to start feeling pain and you're going to get yourself, even with God in front of you, into a negative feel state, because that's what us humans are pre-programmed with. David Martinez, God gave a secret and denied it to me. Well, what matters it? Believe that too. The Big Nick, God doesn't have secrets. Charles Oliver, I don't disagree about people understanding themselves. I don't think they want to. If they did, they wouldn't feel good. Yes, I think that's why people say that there's bliss in ignorance. Probably some people think that it's better that they don't ask questions and they don't want to know anything else. But in a way, that's putting us in trouble in humanity. You know, I don't think that what I'm offering here is perfect. I don't think it's the solver of all problems, but I think what I'm proposing is way better than any God right now. Because believing in a God, thinking that some invisible entity is going to fix your problems, I don't think competes with getting knowledge about yourself, understanding yourself, how you operate, how can you relate to other human beings, to your family, to your people in your country. No, I think this knowledge is going to help us to improve life, which the gods are not doing it. We have given the gods opportunity, for example, the God of the Bible, thousands of years, and they have not made this world a better place. Most believers are just interested in getting rid, of this awful sinner, full of sinner world, and they want to go back to their God, focusing more in what's going to happen when they die than focusing on finding solutions to real life problems. Fixing everything with God is not really fixing anything. And we can see that with most Christians, we don't offer anything of value for humanity, but just mainly for themselves. Seven Mu, Jesus did it for 40 days. You can get yourself into fasting for 40 days and get yourself in a negative feel state. You can do that. That's called also, what's that word? Meditation. You can change your negative feel state on purpose just to change the range of what you call good or positive feel state. You can get yourself in a negative feel state because you know that something's going to feel good after putting yourself in supposedly a negative feel state. Like going into meditation. David Martinez, love is overrated, especially by an imaginary God. The Big Nick, what do you love more than love? These conversations. King David 7 Mu, love is absolutely not overrated. What kind of love are you talking about? Any God love is self-love. We're not talking about a God here. We're talking about your feelings. This has nothing to do with a God. This is just data, and the data has no value until you evaluate it, find value, and take action on the data because of how it feels. So, that God is real, that God is love, it is just data. You don't have a God. That God is offers you eternal life. How many times have you been dead that you can confirm that God is offering you eternal life? You don't know this. The data feels good because of some negative feel state that you find yourself because you don't know what's going to happen after you die, and that gives you anxiety. In other words, it puts you in a negative feel state. God is going to wait for you. God is real and loving. That makes you feel good. This belief in God has nothing to do with a God. We're talking about you and your feelings and your ignorance about how you work as a human being. But I'm right here. I'm going to remind you about it every day that you stop by, that this has nothing to do about a God. This is just data, plain data that you put in some or assigning value to because it makes you feel good. So I'm out of here again. Thank you for stopping by. Tomorrow, I don't do the same mistake I did today of starting the live stream like that. Seems that it changes something with the algorithm or something. I'm trying to test different things. Some things work, some other stuff don't work. Apparently, I have a new merchandise shop that I'm testing. There's gonna be shirts from Chulum, some mugs from Chulum. You know mugs, to drink your coffee. Sorry about that. Some shirts about the Good Feeling Company, and some shirts about In God We Do Not Trust. I think it's hilarious. Someone else gave me that idea. Before we shut down,
Later, Waters.
hey, later, Crypto. Have a good night. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good one. Have a good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. between Chulum and the God of the Bible and the other gods. Chulum is a way better God than the other ones. The other ones are fake gods. This is the real one. In case you're shopping around for a God, when I present to you how this God operates, you're gonna drop your violent God of the Bible, the brutal one. You're gonna drop it because you're really gonna like Chulum. I'm gonna present you with this God and what these gods offer that the God of the Bible and the rest of the other gods cannot offer. Okay, so we're gonna go through a list of Chulum. You ready? Here we go.
Number 2, the word of knowledge. The word of knowledge is the divinely empowered ability to acquire knowledge. Anyone can gain knowledge.
Man, cut. How much BS can you pack in one short video? This is like a Guinness record. Wow, this kid has some sense of humor. As long as they're stupid people, ignorant, these people can continue making money. There's no other way around it. Special powers, supernatural powers. You don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that has any supernatural powers. He's just making it up. Okay?
Must remember that their function would not be possible without the involvement of the Holy Spirit. So the word of wisdom isn't merely the basic and human ability to acquire and then...
Okay, it is my opinion, I could be wrong, but not 98%, 99%, not 99.9%. This kid is making everything up 100%. Nothing that he's saying here, he can prove it. He cannot prove that there is a Holy Spirit, no. But you sadly for a moment are like, but wait a minute, this looks like a good person and he's not hurting anyone. I think he's contributing to people's feeling good and emotions. No, nothing good is gonna come out in life from lying to people. Nothing. You can get away from a little bit. You can get something of benefit for a little bit. At the long run, it's gonna bite your butt. Lying, pretending, being dishonest is not gonna take you anywhere good in life. But what drives this kid to be lying like that, openly looking at the camera and putting this old production? Man, because it makes money. There's a benefit in talking about God. You have economic benefits. And at the end, when you get a lot of money, it feels good. That could be a really good motivation for him, don't you think? If nobody or people start little by little watching my videos and start asking questions, probably there's going to be a day where this kid is going to have to find another job, another way to make money. Maybe he can sell cars instead of selling God. The dishonesty has to stop. But no, with this kid, with you.
The one thing that my mom and dad taught me, mostly my mother, you better love God more than you love me. And so she would tuck me into bed and she would always say, I love you the most. And I go, the most, the number one? And she goes, no. She goes, Jesus first and then you. The one thing that...
First of all, the music, the loving, praying, romantic music, almost barely you can hear what he's saying because the music has to be there. Otherwise, how are you going to transport this information into your heart and pass your critical thinking if it's not through music? But of course, this, what he's saying, I used to say it myself when I was a believer. I put God first before my family and myself. Why did I say that? Because I lack knowledge. Because I was too broken emotionally. In other words, I admit it, I was really stupid. I'm stupid right now, but that time when I used to say these things, I was extremely stupid. You know why? You know why? Because
my mom and dad...
This kid is saying to put Jesus before his mom. But this is not reality. This is romanticism. This is a sales pitch. This is fantasy. In the real world, if someone puts a gun in someone's head, a family member, a mom of someone, and they ask that person, that son, hey, Jesus or your mom? Oops, you just put the person in a predicament. In real life, you're going to say, of course, my mom. So what are you talking about? He's saying this, in my humble opinion, and I could be wrong. This kid, he's saying this for several reasons. He has some emotional problems. It's absolutely obvious. He's trying to feel that emptiness in his heart. He's trying to explain his problem, fix it with something that doesn't exist, just because it makes him feel good. And he will say the most weird, inaccurate, make up things just to continue to feel good. So, in an unreal, invisible God world, he puts Jesus first. But when reality of life knocks on your door and someone threatens your family and asks you, are you going to put Jesus or your family member first? If you elect Jesus, you are a horrible human being. Horrible. But because we're talking about reality and not make believe, like this kid is trying to survive with his pain and making shit up, you will elect your mom and put Jesus, the guy that you have never met, never seen, never smelled, never heard his voice, you're going to put it before your mom? It's dishonesty. It's dishonest. I really hope that George Janko one day comes to the realization of what he's doing. He's trying to fill his emptiness with this supposedly loving God. But I am pretty sure, I could be wrong, I am pretty sure that when this kid is by himself, he's not thinking or saying any of this stuff because he has to deal with his emotions. This, what he's presenting in this camera, is an act. He's acting. in a very dishonest way. This is what happens when you are introduced with a God. You change the way you are and you start acting in different fake ways. Being honest, sincere, and decent with yourself, I'm sorry to tell you, it will not exactly bring you the happiness that the fake, make-believe, pretending God gives you. This thing, making this stuff up, could make you feel good. I don't know for how long. How long can you take the pretending that the God exists? Once you're honest with yourself and you know what? No, I would not put Jesus before my mom. No. You start being honest with yourself. It's not a happy place to be. The moment you start watching my videos, let's say for example, and you start asking questions, you start to open your eyes to the reality that you are involved and participating in a scheme to maintain people as dumb, stupid, and ignorant as possible for the longest time possible. You don't want to have a society of fully intelligent, smart, awakened people. How are you going to control them? Who's going to buy your God merchandise? Who's going to buy your Bibles? People no longer consume God information. All these BSers in YouTube are going to have to find another job. Number 10, type of God believer, the second-hand thinker. Man, this type of believer, you ask him, what do you think about this subject? And they will answer, well, the Bible says. I'm like, no, wait a second. I'm asking you, what do you think? And they go, well, I go by what the Bible says. And the Bible says, I'm like, oh. Okay, so you have no thoughts, convictions of your own. You're following someone else's way of thinking. It is sad, very sad. These second-hand thinkers are going to be copying and pasting Bible verses all over internet, trying to sound smart, not knowing that it does not matter what you put on the internet taken from the Bible is never going to make you sound smart. Never, ever. Just repeating what you read on a book and acting like the information in the book is real without any evidence. Second-hand thinker. It's really hard to have a human, honest conversation with this type of believer. So if you're planning on having a conversation with a second-hand thinker, good luck to you. Your patience is going to be tested. Now, number 9, the cultural believer. You were born in any part of the world, in a specific country, most likely you will follow the same religion that is predominant in your country. Notice that I said most likely. Okay, if you are born, for example, in the States, it's very unlikely that you're going to follow Buddhism. If you're born in, I don't know, Pakistan, it's a little bit unlikely that you're going to be a Christian. So you're stuck more or less in whatever country you were born, or your family or your spouse. So you're kind of a God believer by default, by group pressure. Not much anybody can do about it. You tell that person, cultural, do you believe in God? They say, yeah, I believe in God. You know, yeah. Number 8 type of God believer. The believer that depends on authority. This type of believer cannot think for themselves. They cannot do anything if not told what to do. The God has to tell that person to do something. The Bible tells me to do something. If someone is not telling them what to do, they are lost. So they're going to pick the supposedly most powerful being in the entire universe, God, and follow his authority. That he's a bully, that he gets upset, that he likes killing, sacrifices blood, doesn't matter. As long as he's God and he's the authority, they will do whatever the God and the book says. Number 7, the selective believer. Man, they're gonna take the Bible and they're gonna go like, okay, I'm gonna read you a verse from the Bible here. Oh, this one, never mind, this one, too bloody. This one here, Jesus is your Lord. Whatever sounds good. This believer will select whatever makes the God sounds loving and good. But the reality is that the Bible is full of blood, war, violence, nonsense, craziness. But they will go through the book selecting whatever sounds good. That's why I say that all these type of believers are really connected to the first one. Always have to be dishonest. Number 6, wow. The moral believer. Where do you take your morals if it's not from God? With this one, you have to be a little bit patient. Because who in the right mind will take their morals from someone that took their only son and sent that son to be beaten, brutally murdered in a human sacrifice just because the God was upset? Something has to be really, really broken in your head if you're taking your morals for the king of immorality, God. But the moral believer doesn't care. The moral believer doesn't even care that God is not interested in your morals on how you act, because you being a moral human being is not gonna take you to heaven. Number 5 type of God believer, the intellectual. Man, these people, the intellectual believer, man, I avoid it, because the intellectual believer is normally a BSer, okay, that tries to sound smart. Is horrible. You can get an internet and YouTube, and you can find them everywhere where there's a debate. This type of believer is not even trying to prove God or not. They are trying to prove that they are intellectual and they are very smart. But in reality, you're better off debating with a wall than debating with one of these people. You will not take him down their pedestal or intellectualism. Number 4, the romantic type of believer. Oh, my personal relationship with God, my Lord and Savior, because He's God and He's so loving. God is, because He saved me when I was in my worst time. I feel the love. Man, I remember when I used to do the same thing, very romantic with God. I'm like, man, this is a loving God. The heck was I thinking? I'm going to show you a video after so you can see and hear a romantic believer that all they think is that God is love and Jesus. Wow, it's wonderful to be in the presence of the Lord, and Jesus loves me. It's horrible, cringe to watch and hear. Number 3, the evader. Okay? You ask him a question about God or the Bible, and that person knows that this is a really tough question to answer, because if you decide to answer the question, you're going to be exposed as a horrible person. So they evade the question and try to do like Matrix, and they just go like, well, something else, and go to another topic. I witnessed this just yesterday on a live stream someone else was doing, and it was hilarious. The person on the live stream was asking questions about how the weird and crazy ways that God acts, and the person was just evading and didn't want to answer. So you're going to find this type of believer also a lot, especially on debates. Number 2 of the different type of God believers, the threatener. Man, I find this believer anywhere, always telling you, repent before it's too late. When you go to hell, you're not going to be laughing. God is going to send you to hell. There's something about threatening that makes them feel good. Like, trying to scare you, trying to make you feel something so you turn around and stop saying whatever you're saying. I think it's childish, but because when you believe in God, you start acting in very weird ways. You start saying things in a very weird way. Been there, done that. Threatening people with hell. Let's start with our small compact list of the different type of believers, starting with number 1, the dishonest believer. I think if you believe in any God, okay, this is a requisite. It's required from you. You cannot believe in a God and at the same time be an honest person. Something has to be sacrificed. Yeah, like God likes sacrifices. Well, you have to sacrifice your honesty in order to believe in any of the gods available right now. So, but I think dishonest cover a big part of this list. I'm going to show you after some videos of what I'm talking about. I laugh, on this live stream. I try to make it a little entertaining, but in reality for me, it's just sad to be watching and listening to good people when presented with a God. Good people will do bad things. And that's why I'm trying to promote in my videos. And I know little by little, hopefully people start picking up about this God BS. You want someone to do something that they will normally will not do, and you want them to do something crazy, present him with a God. If you want to destroy a family, get one of the family members introduced to a God. If you want to destroy friendships, get one of the people introduced with a God. If you want to create havoc in a society, present them with a God, because immediately people are going to get divided. Some are going to believe, and some are not going to believe, and they are going to fight. The believers, the pretenders, they are not gonna like people not pretending too. It feels bad. I know what I'm talking about because I used to pretend for years that there was a loving God. It was just me all making it up. I could swear that I was touched by the Holy Spirit, and that God was sending me messages. Man, if I would see a little butterfly sitting on my window, I'm like, man, that's God. Is he trying to tell me something? Maybe, a butterfly in the window, it flew away. Man, I feel dirty, man. God just tried to send me a message, and I didn't get it. God is always like, hide and seek. In yesterday's live stream, some guys put on his video, Jesus was seen in a mall. Big letters. I got so excited. I was like, man, finally, I'm going to be able to see this Jesus. Man, wow. So I got ready. I'm like, come on. Let me take a deep breath, because finally I'm going to get to see Jesus. He put it on the video. Then I put the video. You can go watch it on my yesterday's live stream. I got excited. I watched the video. No Jesus. No Jesus. When I tried to dig a little bit on why would this guy lie like that in your face, in my face. Jesus was seen. No, there was no Jesus in the video. But why he was lying? Because he's selling God. He doesn't care if the God is real or not. He doesn't care about your belief or if you're going to be safe or not. Go, press the link, and go to his website and buy his God products. There's going to be some people in this world that are not willing to pay the price of pretending that there is a loving God just to feel good. I don't believe in the God of the Bible. That does not make me happy, because I used to believe, and it made me so upset when I find out by myself, nobody told me, when I started asking questions, who is this God? What was God doing before eternity? That doesn't make sense. What is before eternity? What was God doing before he created humans? Because he seems to be spending so much time trying to interact with humans. Who am I going to save? That one right there? No. That one right there, I think he's worshiping me, but I don't know, he's not getting on his knees. I don't know if I'm going to save him. Did the devil create hell? That presents a humongous problem, because that would mean that then God is not the only creator. Ooh, so someone else can create. So is that why it says on one of those 10 commandments you should not worship other gods? Maybe God knew that there were other gods. There was competition. No. There's only one creator of the world and the universe, and that's God. No one else creates. So hell was created by God, a special place of torture for you. just for you and your family, because God loves you. God is going to save you? Yes, but God is saving you from Him. You know that. God is your Lord and Savior. Yes, you are 100%. He's your hero. He's going to save you from that awful and horrible hell that He created. Ting, 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 ting. No, Javier, no. Wait a second. No. Javier, no. You don't understand. You don't know what you're talking about. Hell was not created by God. And besides that, there's not such a thing as hell. That's a separation from God. Are you going to suffer? Yes? Yes. Okay. So there's a place of suffering. You want to change names? Go ahead. You want to bend reality? You want to try to obfuscate the truth? Go ahead. I still going to make you the same question. Who created hell? Or you want to call it separation? Okay, who created the conditions to be able for you to be separated from God and suffer for eternity? You know, God is going to save you from eternal damnation, from eternal torture, from eternal fire, from eternal punishment. God is going to save you from eternal separation. Some people call it all kinds of names, trying to make it sound good. I remember a friend of mine used to say, you're trying to put perfume on a turd. And pretend it smells good. This whole salvation thing smells really bad. Let me go back to my special design AI image. He says, when God gets upset, stubborn humans, they're gonna pay the price, mock God, and pay the price because I'm the most powerful being on the earth.
The biggest issue is, well, I've been saved and I know Christ and I appreciate that, and you're going to heaven. But now I want you to meet this real loving Jesus who's no longer throwing fire down from heaven and burning people up.
Who is this being throwing whatever from heaven and burning people up? Was it God? Is he referring to God? Oh, that was just the Old Testament when God was, violent, and he has really psychological problems and emotional problems. Now in the New Testament, God is a reformed God. He's more controlled, more mature. Only a little violence, Oh, girls gone wild. But with a twist, Girls Gone Bible. I have listened to a lot of videos from these two ladies, and man, I'm amazed of how much BS can someone pack in one video in order to sell a product. Wow.
God will always warn you. I know.
God is never gonna warn you. That's a lie. Lie. God has never warned her for anything. Nothing. Zero bolero. Nothing. But why would she lie like that? Let's find out.
Me and Ari can tell you countless stories where God has tried to warn us, and we...
Maybe it was the devil. So far, this video, in my opinion, everything that she has said is made up. Not 99.9%, no, 100%. And you will find out why would people lie to this extent.
Closed our eyes and said, "Oh, I don't see you," and we went along with whatever we thought was good, and we ignored the warning of God. He won't speak to you in fear.
you ignore the warning of God, probably you're no longer being saved by God. But instead of having you listen to the whole entire 10-second video, let's click on the link and let's see where it takes us. There's a link up here. So up here, books. What's in here? Get the book. This book is for you. Where's the book? Oh, this is all the places you can get it from. Look. Oh, what a coincidence. They're selling something about God. So that explains why they are going to these extremes to make this constructed, organized, design lies, humongous lies, making shit up just to sell something. So it's not God supporting them economically, it's you and people that believe these lies.
As expected, as the rightful ruler and creator, to have his creation then turn around.
Oh, look, the wrath of God. God gonna punch you in the face. The wrath of God. He gets upset, widely upset.
And say, you're wrong. I just want to choose my way. And it's that pride in us that will, again, attempt to take God's throne.
In Ephesians, it talks about we were by nature children of